Good morning, guys. Good morning. I was just playing around with some of the stuff in the back. How are you guys this morning? How are you guys this morning? Looks like Lee has given us breakfast. Hold on, let me turn this music off. Are you guys ready for today? It looks like we're gonna have the other inmate showing up today. I got hot coffee. Hot coffee. We have the other inmate that was the co what is his name? Jacory, I think. He is going to be testifying supposedly today, so we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Hi everybody. I see JC and Lee and Mickey and Sherry. And anybody else? Anybody else? Lee's got all of the breakfasty things out. I love this. Look at this. The coffee, the scrambled eggs, waffles, pancakes, syrups, fruit. Yum. Good morning, Mickey. Went to bed at 3 a.m. Oh, no, went to bed at midnight. Better than 3 a.m. There you go. Mickey's having eggs. Oh. You guys crack me up. All you can eat. Ooh, apple waffles, huh? Banana for tomorrow. Good morning, JC. Good morning, you guys. Good morning, Sherry. Mickey's feeding her noisy canary. Good morning, Brenda. Good morning, good morning. How are you guys? How are you guys? Hands are cold. It's chilly outside today. Oh, I went back and listened to I forget the kid's name. Was it Anwan? Yesterday. Went back and listened to his testimony a couple of times actually, and yeah, man, I just feel really bad for that kid. It was 15 years old when that happened. I mean, what was I doing when I was 15? I did not have any kind of frame of mind like that, right? It's rough stuff. There's Mr. Rhodes. Looks like he's still got the bandage. At least he's still got hair on his chin. He's got hair on his chinny chin chin. What do we think's going to happen today? Do you think he's going to behave today? Can't tell if he's being normal talk there with a lawyer or if he's being like grumpy. Looks like he's okay. Looks like he's okay. No, he don't look happy right now though either. So I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. Oh, I'm making a mess with my coffee over here. Let's not waste the coffee by spilling it, Jenny. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Please not do that. Let's not make no messes this morning with coffee. It'll be there even if you don't list it, Lee, right? Yeah, that has been his expression. That's true. You're right. You are right. How's the weather for you guys this morning? The sun is shining here, as you can see out the window there, but it is cold. It is chilly willy. And that sun feels good coming through that window on my arm right here. It feels good. And then Poppy, I think, yeah, Poppy is sunning on the back of my recliner over there in the window, just sunning and living her best life. She's living her best life right now. It is 10:02. According to what I read on Twitter, though, let me see. Hold on, let me see. Good morning, Gail. Hey, Kel, good morning. 42 now with a high of 75. Looks like these two trucks in the road are getting ready to have a run in with each other. I don't know what that was all about. Oh, headphones try sliding. Okay, so let's see. Cross-examination of co-defendant Dewan. Okay, here. This is the one I was looking for. It says court resumes Thursday at 9:15. This is from Kathy Russin on Twitter. Jurors report at 10 a.m. at 9:15, another of the co-defendants who is in custody will be ready to testify. Sounds like there will be some kind of proffer with him, which is why the jury is coming in 45 minutes after. So that's why they wanted him here at 10. But usually, I mean, we haven't seen that happen yet. I've been watching a little bit before I came on, so I don't know what the holdup is. I don't know. I don't know. No idea. Lee says 69 with a high of 72. A bit chilly for Florida. Yeah, sounds like it. Does sound a little bit chilly for Florida. I know a lot of men have a habit with like fiddling with their goatee or beard. I mean, like my husband does that. But the way this guy does it is very annoying. Yeah, Lee, that's what I was talking about. The delay was supposed to be because of that proffer with the other co-defendant. The what is his name? Jacory. Okay, what is he doing with his hand? Is his hand sore? I don't know. This guy though, right here, is supposed to have um I don't know if you guys knew this or not, but they took the death penalty for him off the table because they said that he has a severe mental illness and intellectual something or other. Um, but they said that he had a very low IQ. Intellectual, did they call it an intellectual disability and mental illness? So apparently they took the death penalty off the table. Hmm. I think that that is the beard fiddling is probably also like a nervous habit, you know, kind of like pin clickers. If you're a pin clicker, or yeah, a tapper. I tap a lot, like on the table. Like I do that a lot, you know. Um, Mickey says if this don't deserve the death penalty, nothing does. But how old was this guy when this happened? So it would have been 7 years ago, and he was 25, I think, when it happened. So he's like early 30s now. That's my guess. Yeah, Mickey can't stand the tapping. She'd always get on me for tapping. I'd get my nails done when I was a lot younger, and no, he wasn't 15. He was older than them. That's why they wanted to hang out with him because he was, driving and stuff. So, uh, but yeah, I would tap all the time when I'd get my nails done because I've always been a nail biter. So whenever I would get my nails done, I would tap because I could tap because I have nails then. Mickey was like, "Can you stop tapping, tapping, tapping?" But you have other people, that do the little like, they just do things that's like a nervous, like like a fidget thing. I wanted to say fidget spinner, but kind of the same thing, right? Kind of the same thing. Oh my goodness. I keep looking at my the vehicles around here are crazy. So one of the trucks is stopped over here. I think they've got a big hold on a minute. I hear noise. But yeah, I think that the truck over there is picking up limbs out of the neighbor's yard. And other trucks are having to drive around him, so
Thank you, sir. Good
True
morning, y'all.
story.
Does anybody need to report anything with the admonition? Okay, great. Thank you all. Is Carmel ready to call our next witness?
Yes, you're gonna come on, call Chad Allgaier.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You can have a seat.
Could you tell the jury your name?
Chadwick Allgaier.
Currently, where do you work?
I'm a probation officer with the Division of Probation and Parole.
Back in 2016, where did you work?
I worked for the Louisville Metro Police Department as a crime scene technician.
How long were you a crime scene technician?
6 years.
When did you leave?
I left in August of 2016.
So back in May, did you do some work on the case that we're here to talk about?
Yes, I did.
Sorry about that, sir. Now, the first thing that you did, what was your initial involvement in the case?
I believe initially I may have assisted on a search warrant at a house. And then the other involvement after that was processing a vehicle.
Okay, so the search warrant on the house, was that on Haight Avenue?
I believe so,
And
yes.
did you collect 2 knives?
Without reference to my report, I couldn't recall.
Okay, if I showed you the report, would you remember?
Yes.
One second, sorry. I'm going to the number so I can find this more quickly. This is the 52. Okay, so.
May.
You could just look that over.
Sure. Okay.
Okay, so if you recall now, did you collect 2 knives on River Park?
On Hyde Avenue.
On
Yes.
Hyde Avenue, sorry. Then, on May 25th, did you do something else on this case?
Yes, I was called to go to the auto theft garage and process a vehicle.
Okay, what does process a vehicle mean?
Initially, we take photographs of the vehicle to start with. And then we do a kind of a visual search of the vehicle to see if there's anything that's in plain view that we're going to collect. And then after that, it's forensically done, whether it's what the detective wants collected.
And in this case, did you take photographs of the vehicle?
I did, yes.
No, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what we have marked as 137, 148. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, these would have been the photos that I took of the vehicle.
Just introduce 137 and 148.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, I'm gonna go through, is it up on your screen right
Yes,
now?
it is.
Okay, I'm gonna go through these photos. So what are we looking at here in this one?
This appears to be a Mazda 4-door sedan vehicle.
And is this the car you processed that day?
It is, yes.
Which I believe was May 25th, 2016, correct?
Yes,
Is that the rear of the car?
that is the rear of the vehicle, yes. That would be an interior view from the driver's side door, front driver's side.
Oops. Okay, front or seats there?
Yes. Then that would be looking into the vehicle, the rear passenger seat from the driver's side. That's the interior of the trunk. That is the interior of the rear seat area from the passenger side on the back. And I believe I took this one on the rear passenger side door, looking into the rear seat and the trunk area.
So where those seat belts are, would that be the rear seats?
Yes, that's where they would be, yes.
And where that well is that the trunk?
Yes. I believe that's a photo of the registration that was found in the vehicle.
And can you might not be able to see it on the screen, but if you could look at the photograph, who's the name on the registration?
It says the owner's name is a Brice Rhodes.
And what's this?
So this is a picture. I'm not sure what area it is because it's so dark. But this would be a photograph of the chemiluminescence from the Blue Star forensics that was applied to the vehicle.
How does that work? Tell the jury, please.
So basically, Blue Star forensics is a chemical product that will react with certain components that are contained in blood.
So how do you get it onto the car?
So it comes in a tablet form. We take those tablets, put them in with water in a spray bottle, kind of stir it around, let them dissolve. And once it's dissolved, the area needs to be dark for the chemiluminescence to be visible. But once it's applied, we apply it via spray bottle and just spray it on the areas that we want to, that we're interested in. And then we take pictures on a time lapse to see if there's any reaction.
So where do we see it, if at all, on this video?
Let me pull up, because it's hard to see on the video. I believe, looking at this, it may be the trunk area.
But I just meant, like, because I know this is kind of a dumb question, but just to go through it all procedurally, where on this picture is the Blue Star showing up?
It's all the blue areas that are marked is what the reaction was from the Blue Star.
I like it. It's kind of obvious, but we got to go through the questions. Thank you very much. And then here, what do we have here?
This is, again, looks like the trunk area from the rear. And again, all the blue areas would have been reactions from the Blue Star. This again, I believe this is from the interior, the rear passenger side. And again, the blue areas that are luminous would be the reaction from the Blue Star.
And where are you doing this analysis?
This is in our auto theft garage, was a secured facility.
Is it an interior where you're able to turn off all the lights?
It is, yes. Again, just another picture. And again, all the blue areas there would be reactions from the Blue Star.
After you did the Blue Star and took the photographs, what did you do?
I believe we processed the car, and by processing, I believe I was asked to do latent fingerprints on the vehicle. And I don't believe, if I recall from the report, that we got any fingerprints that were viable off of it. And then from there, I believe we did a lot of swabbing. Swabbing would be for the purposes of trying to obtain DNA to place people in the vehicle. I believe we did trace lifts off the seats and possibly some of the trunk or floorboard areas. Without the actual report, I can't say specifically what we did. But I know that we did swabs, fingerprints, and trace lifts.
And if you had your actual report to look at, would it help refresh your
It
memory?
would, yes. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, so again, I processed the vehicle for latent fingerprints. We got negative results, which means there wasn't anything viable that could be used to search against. And then I collected swabs of the interior front driver's side door handle, the steering wheel, the gear shift knob, the front driver's seat recline lever, the rear driver's side interior door handle, the rear passenger side interior door handle, the front passenger side interior door handle, and then swabs from the front passenger seat recline lever. And then as far as the trace lifts we did, took those from the front driver's seat headrest, the front driver's seat back, which is what you would lean your back against, the front driver's seat area, the front passenger seat headrest, the front passenger seat back, and then the front passenger seat itself.
What are trace lifts?
So trace lifts is basically, if you just think about like a large piece of clear tape, if you will. And basically what we do is it comes on a sealed protector. We peel that off and back, and then we apply the lift on whatever object it is we want to get that trace lift from. And then we smooth it out to get good adherence on it. And then we lift that up, put it back over the protective covering. And what that does is it will gather and protect any kind of fibers, hairs, anything like that that would be on contact with another object.
And what is the goal on a trace lift?
So on trace lift, you're looking for fibers, hairs, anything that can be used to identify an object or a person.
Would your plan be for it to be sent to a lab?
Yes.
And then for the swabs, what are swabs?
So swabs we use to collect those, what we call touch DNA. So anytime a person touches an object, you're going to leave behind a trace of something, whether it's sweat, epithelial cells, which is basically your skin, potential for blood. So the goal of the swab is to swab an object, send that off to the lab to hopefully obtain DNA that can be matched with someone to identify or place a person that touched an object or in a place.
And for the prints, if there are fingerprints, if there are no fingerprints found in a car, does that mean that no one's ever touched the car?
No, it does not.
What could happen to disturb fingerprints?
So fingerprints are very sensitive. You know, obviously objects are touched. Anytime you touch an object, you're going to leave a fingerprint behind. But with common objects like a vehicle, door handles, gear shift knobs, steering wheels. All those fingerprints are just constantly, they're rubbed off, they're placed over one another. It's very hard to get a viable fingerprint off of a commonly touched object.
I'm gonna get my.
Sure.
And I have no further questions.
Morning, Detective, or Mr. Allgaier, how are you?
Morning, I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. Former Detective Middleton testified in this case, and I know you weren't here, but I believe he told the jury that during the search of Hyde Avenue, he located 2 knives and a hammer, but you didn't collect the hammer, correct?
According to my report, I only collected the 2 knives that I recall.
And there were 2 searches of Hyde Avenue. Were you present for both of those?
No, I was not.
The first one,
Yes.
to your knowledge? Did you take any video
Uh,
during that search?
I don't believe so, but again, without the report, I couldn't say yes or no 100%.
You also said you assisted in the processing of the blue Mazda, correct?
Yes.
On the report, were you with Officer Kim during the processing of that vehicle?
Without referencing the report, I don't recall off the top of my head who all was present there for that.
Well, in the report, it says that the vehicle was a gray Nissan Altima 4-door. Did that? Yeah.
I always get super into the forensical parts of it all. I love, love, love that kind of stuff. I don't know, I just find it very sciencey, nerdy, and interesting. So, but yeah, Brenda, the vehicle, you had asked a few minutes ago if he had rented the car from Enterprise. There was a neighbor that he had rented a car. I think he said it was a Dodge Charger, or is that what? Anyway, he had rented a car, and I think that this guy had borrowed it one day, and then the next day borrowed it, but then like never brought it back. But this light blue Mazda is his car.
Mr. Allgaier, did you test a gray Nissan Altima to your knowledge with regard to this
Not
case?
to my knowledge, no.
In the pictures, the vehicle did not appear to have a back seat in it. Is that correct?
Correct.
At any time, did it have a back seat when you worked on the vehicle?
No, it did not.
Did anyone ever, from Louisville Metro Police Department, ever bring you a back seat of that vehicle to test at any point later?
Not to me directly, no.
I think you testified that you did a lot of swabbing.
Yes.
And you testified that you swabbed the car seats, I believe, but you didn't swab the floor where the back seat had supposedly been removed or in the trunk, correct?
Again, without referencing my report, I couldn't tell you.
If I showed you the report, would that help?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Thank you. And what was your question again? I'm
My
sorry.
question was whether you had swabbed the floorboard where under where the back seat would have been, or in the trunk?
Okay. We did take some swabs from the rear passenger side floorboard. Yes.
What about underneath where the seat would have been?
According to the report, we did not.
Thank you.
Sure.
That's all the questions I have for you.
Any regret?
No.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth's next witness, please.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Brice Rhodes.
Thank you.
Detective.
I'm wondering when the other, the Ja'Cory is going to testify. Wondering when that's going to happen. Oh, Mickey, I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not positive. I don't
Good
remember
morning.
if
Yes,
they
you raise your
said
right
that it
hand, please.
disappeared. I think they just
You sort of tell the truth and the whole
never
truth?
found it.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
Good morning.
Morning.
Can you
Yes,
introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Brice Rhodes.
And how are you employed?
Currently, I'm with local Metro Police Department.
And what is your position with LMPD?
I'm currently a civilian investigator in the cold case homicide unit.
And how were you employed back in 2016?
I was also employed by local Metro Police Department. I was in a detective capacity in the homicide unit.
And in connection with this case, did you perform a processing of a vehicle associated with this case?
I did.
Okay. And the jury's just heard a little bit about the processing. So what vehicle was it you were looking into?
This was a 2016 Dodge Charger. Yes. Yes, the plate matches.
The
Yes.
Charger.
Yes.
I just showed him what's been previously marked Commonwealth's 149.
Any objection?
No objection.
You may admit and publish, or it is admitted and you may publish.
So where did you encounter the vehicle?
This was already at the auto theft garage.
Okay. And that's what happens at the auto theft garage? Why was the vehicle there?
That would be stored there until it can be processed or released.
And who made the determination that you should process this vehicle?
That would be at the direction of the lead detective.
And so how did you process this vehicle?
Detective Snyder obtained a consent search for the vehicle that allowed us to actually search the vehicle and document its contents and record anything that we thought may be of evidentiary value.
And did you find anything in the vehicle of evidentiary
We
value?
took, or I say we, the CSU technician, Megan Brown, was present with me. She documented the vehicle with photographs. We did some print lifts and some trace lifts. And I believe there were a couple articles of clothing recovered from the trunk of the vehicle.
And did any of those examinations return anything interesting?
I do not know.
Okay. What do you do were you there when the lifts were taken?
I was.
Okay. And then from the time that they're taken, where do they go from there?
The crime scene unit technicians handle that evidence.
Okay. And did you take the photograph
Did I take
Of the-
photographs?
of the Charger?
The CSU technician did.
And were you there when trace lifts were taken?
I was.
And where did the trace lifts go from there?
Again, that type of evidence goes with CSU to the lab.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions for this witness?
You just testified to the processing with the 2016 Dodge Charger that you were present for, correct?
Correct.
You were also involved in another piece of this case, correct?
You'll have to refresh my memory.
You were involved in a search of Height Street Avenue.
I recall being present for one of the executions of one of the warrants.
At Height Street,
That's correct.
and you were present there when there was Blue Star applied,
I was.
and you were present when there was a scene video taken of that Blue Star processing attempt.
I can't say that I was still present at that time.
And did you obtain a scene video of that Blue Star processing attempt?
Did I?
Did you yourself?
No.
And you've never seen or viewed such a video?
I have not.
No more questions. Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go, Detective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, well, that one was just quick and easy. I mean, like,
Ms. Jones Brown, your next witness.
The Commonwealth of Brian Peters.
Thank you.
wouldn't it have been bad if he would have had to come all the way from like the other side of the country for like that literal 3-minute testimony, questioning, whatever? Yeah,
Good morning.
Sherry, the back seat was
Have you raised your right
removed,
hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and the whole truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may have a seat.
dumped in a random garage. But yeah,
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
I'm Detective Brian Peters with Louisville Metro Police.
How long have you been with LMPD?
I served just over 20 years, retired a little over a year and a half ago, and then I've been back with LMPD as a rehire, as a detective again, for about a year and a half now, or close to a year and a half.
And where are you currently stationed?
Currently, I'm serving our Public Integrity Unit.
Back in 2016, where were you?
I was assigned in our the Metro's Homicide Unit. At that time, I was specifically assigned to the Cold Case Unit.
And how long were you with Homicide in total?
Approximately 13 years total.
What was your involvement in the case of Brice Rhodes?
My involvement, I did not make the initial scene where the victims were located. My involvement was following up on an investigative lead that led us to a location over on Hackle Drive regarding a dumpster fire where ultimately we retrieved items.
So before you went to Hackle, where were you? Where were you when you got notified that you were going to be involved in this case?
Okay. Kind of the way a lot of homicides work. There's a lot of moving parts. Myself, my partner at the time, again, we were assigned a cold case unit. We were actually asked to assist in this investigation by responding where a search warrant was being executed, I believe at the defendant's home. Upon our arrival, we were asked to search for a specific vehicle, which we later located in the same parking lot.
What kind of vehicle was that?
It was like a light blue Mazda 4-door car.
And after you located the vehicle, what'd you do?
We located the vehicle. The back windows were down, I believe. There was a strong smell of bleach, chemical-like substance emanating from the car. The back seat, as we approached closer, it was missing from the vehicle. At that point, myself and my partner, we began searching the apartment complex for dumpsters, obviously looking for the seat that was in the vehicle. We even searched nearby neighborhoods, areas where there might be dumpsters or anything that had been discarded in that manner.
Did you find anything?
We didn't. At that point, since we had not located it, obviously we believed it to be of significant value. I made a request and through our Metro Safe dispatch for any dumpster fires that may have been within about, I believe, like the last 48 hours or so. I kind of went from the time frame of when we believe so it was 2 days later, I believe, that we were at that apartment complex from when the initial homicides occurred. So we kind of did a wide time range as far as trying to locate any dumpster fires.
How would Metro Safe know about dumpster fires?
Typically, they're called in. If somebody calls in, as it was just like a car accident or whatever, they would call in, and then the fire, whoever would respond.
Do you mean call 911?
Yes.
Okay. So how many 911 calls have been made about dumpster fires?
There were several. I want to say it might have been somewhere around 7 or 8.
Okay. And did you follow up on each of them?
We did, yes.
What did you, was Hackle Drop the last one you went to?
It happened to be, yes.
Okay, so on the
Last one.
previous dumpsters, what did you find at each of them?
Nothing of significant value. I believe one of them was actually a repeated phone call, a duplicate call. I think even one of them may have had just like very small, minimal damage. I think we spoke to an employee at like one of the Dollar Generals. He said it was kids just like trying to attempt to light it on fire. But we never found anything of significance until we got to Hackle Drive.
Had some of them already been emptied?
They had, yes.
So you get to Hackle and was it your understanding that somebody had called in a dumpster fire?
That's correct, yes.
What did you find when you got there?
When we first got there, there was it was the last one that we checked. We kind of began like about midday checking these. It was already dark by the time we arrived. There was an older gentleman outside in the rear of one of the buildings in the 6500 block. I asked him if he was the one who initially made the 911 call on the dumpster fire. He said no. He did direct me to a building where he believed, I guess the caller lived at. The dumpster itself has significant damage to it. I mean, it was the most significant damaged one we came across in our search.
Okay. And you have been using the pronoun we. Who were you with?
My partner at the time, Detective Matt Metzler, who also worked in homicide with me.
So what did you all do with this dumpster?
We approached it. Obviously, it was a substantial fire, it appeared to be, because a lot of the paint was melted off. There was a significant amount of water in there. That dumpster appeared to be about halfway full, if I recall. We obviously, again, it was dark. There appeared to be what just kind of really almost at the, I guess, at the top of the water level, what we believed to be at that time remnants of like a seat cushion in the dumpster. So at that point, we secured that scene like we would any crime scene. We roped it off with crime scene tape and obviously made a request for our crime scene unit to come out to assist.
What was this still on May 24th?
This would have been, I believe it was May 24th. And again, I want to say it might have been about 2 days after the homicides.
And how were you there? How long were you there?
Several hours.
Did it go into the 25th?
It did, yes.
So did crime scene technician Kimmer arrive?
That's correct.
Okay. And was she with? Were there 2 crime scene technicians?
I believe so. Again, when we initially got on that scene, there was a search warrant being executed, and I believe we were waiting for them to conclude, I guess, their collection of any items there before they came to our scene.
And you mean a different search warrant, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when CSU got there, what happened?
We started. We actually were in Tyvek suits. And obviously it entered the dumpster and tried to, I guess, again, had a substantial amount of water in it. We started pulling the items out individually and trying to ascertain what would be possibly involved in our investigation.
And I'm going to show some photos that have been previously introduced by technician Kimmer. Is that the dumpster?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. So, is this what you were faced with when you first got there?
It was, yes.
How did you know what to collect?
So obviously our initial, I guess, approach to this, we were looking for the backseat of a vehicle. Once we actually get to this dumpster and kind of start going through items, we start discovering things that we believe are possibly involved. There were several items, I think you kind of skipped through a few as well,
Oh, I can go.
that appear to have, and I don't know how.
I'll just start at the first one and you tell me, let me know if you want to talk about something.
Okay. I know the picture's a little grainy on there compared to what I'm looking at on this screen. This one has, like, you have some burn marks through here. these little spots here, they appear to be blood. Like right there, here, kind of on the ends. These appear to be like the burn marks. And then again, you have a little bit more possible blood here and up there. Can't tell if that's kind of a little bit better to see here, but this appears to be blood here. These appear to be burn marks through here. Again, you have what appears to be saturated blood as well. And again, over here. Again, this would have been the towel from the previous picture, or what appears to be a towel. Again, you have what appears to be the suspected blood here on the edges over here, kind of throughout the towel, and then these are all just burn marks here.
I'm gonna,
This, or I'm sorry.
there we go.
Okay. Right here, this is going to be what appears to, I think this is like this is going to be like a sheet here, but this is really saturated with blood. I know the coloring looks bad here, but this is real dark red through here. These again appear to be some burn marks on here as well. And
I think that's just a close-up of the same picture.
And that's just going to be when we remove that item after, and we photograph everything as it is before we actually retrieve it. Obviously we want to look at it a little bit closer and to follow up before we collect it. But again, this is going to be that item. I think you can see much better here that kind of the red coloration here, what appears to be blood. And then these are all going to be, I guess, the little remnants of the burn marks here. So in this one, I think this is going to be here. I think this is like almost like a comforter here. Obviously significant burn where it had obviously sustained fire damage. That's going to be the item once it's removed from the dumpster, and you have significant burn marks here as well. This one, obviously the coloration of it, it's kind of hard to tell. It looks to appear to be blood through here, and again over here.
Is in the upper left corner, is that a shoe, just for perspective on the
Oh, I'm
size
sorry.
of
Are you
this?
talking right here?
Yeah.
Yes, it is. This appears to be like a sofa cushion. It was recovered and it was photographed, pulled out. It has significant burn damage as well throughout there. This is going to be another towel, like I guess like a washcloth. It appears to be actually like I don't know what, see right here, I don't know if that's kind of part of where it's ripped off, but this is just another towel that we recovered that also has some burn damage to it. So this appears to be another cushion, a pillow right through here that we recovered. It appears to have like saturated blood here. It's like a good amount through this area. This is your burn marks on it over here. And again, this is going to be the cushion laid out once we recover it from the dumpster. You can see the significant burn there. This one looks to be a pillowcase right here. This is real, what we suspect to be blood as well, kind of up here. It does have a little bit of a burn mark through here, but this is going to be your suspected blood through there. And that's just, let's see, this is going to be, okay, we did pull these two items out, not knowing if they were some type of flame accelerant. They were not. Actually, we called for arson to come out. We learned when they came out, it was actually just 2 jugs of urine.
And are we getting into like the bottom part of the dumpster at this point?
We are, that's correct.
Just a close-up of the same scene.
Mhm. Okay, I believe this item here, we pulled out as well, along with this one. This one, appears to be more bedding. Again, you have what appears to be suspected blood all over this one, heavily here and up here. There are several burn marks on here, especially right in this area. See, this one here, this item here, do we have another picture? I think that might be part of that. But it has some, let's see.
I think that's it.
Okay. This one might have been the bottom part of our, I guess, another part of that bedding that was right there, but it had significant burn damage as well. And so did this remnants of what appeared to be a carpet on this one as well. Okay, this is my partner, Detective Metzler. As we recover bedding out of there, out of the dumpster, this one has a lot of significant stains, all appear to be blood, as well as identifying markers on here that show that it was there when the fire was initiated. And that's going to be the item that Detective Metzler retrieved. This here appears to be significant spot of blood here, as well as identifying marks right through here and up here. I'm sorry.
It's just a close-up of the same one.
It appears to be, yes. And that's, I believe, still going to be the same art item. Let's see. And these are going to be, I'm sorry, obviously we'll take photos of things in the dumpster, we recover it, place it out, we'll photograph things. A picture like this is going to be actually in our crime scene lab, where once we have an opportunity to kind of even detail it a little bit more. So this is going to be one of the items that we recovered.
When you realized that you had found the dumpster that probably had evidentiary significance, how did you notify anybody about this?
Okay. Again, we were looking for backseat of a vehicle initially. Obviously, when we get over to the dumpster, as we kind of approach, I observed what I thought were remnants, like stuffing from the inside of a seat cushion. It would appear to be maybe even like little springs. I notified our homicide commander, Lieutenant Kessinger, at that time.
And what did you tell him?
I told him, obviously, he was aware the back seat was missing from the vehicle. I told him that I believe that we may have remnants of one, that there had been a significant dumpster fire, and that we were going to try to attempt to retrieve any items that from that dumpster pertaining to the case.
How long did you have to wait for CSU?
Offhand, I don't know. It may have been an hour, it may have been two. We roped it off. Obviously, we secured it from that point. Nobody had any access to the dumpster at that point.
And when CSU came, how long did that whole process of taking each item, photographing, taking each item out, photographing again, how long did that take?
So it's very time consuming, especially in the pictures you were looking at with a dumpster like that. You don't want to just go through it too quick. You want to kind of process each item as best as you can. Obviously, the fire damage played a role in that as well. So it took several hours.
Do you recall when you cleared the scene?
It was the following day. It was sometime that morning. I mean, when we got there, it was dark. I would say late in the evening, maybe around 10:30. We may have been there 12 hours, maybe somewhere around there.
And did you later return to do follow-up interviews of residents?
We did. The ones that the gentleman had told us he believed to be the ones that called 911. We did.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Detective Peters, you were referencing you said you searched several dumpsters, correct?
That's correct.
And the one you were referencing was the one located on Hackle Drive, correct?
That's correct.
And that fire, according to your report, was reported on May the 22nd. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you didn't search that dumpster until 2 days later.
That's correct. We weren't looking for, I believe it was 2 days later when we actually found the vehicle that was missing the back seat. And at that point, that's when we tried to make efforts into locating it.
One of your colleagues testified that they had taken a picture of the Mazda as found. And the picture did not have the windows rolled down. And your testimony here today was that the two back windows were rolled down.
I believe so.
Did you take that picture?
I don't recall if, I don't believe I took that picture. And I don't recall who took the photo. Again, I do recall when we approached the vehicle, it had a strong odor of bleach emanating from the car.
And back to the scene at Hackle Drive of the suspected dumpster fire. You arrived on the scene, you said, before the crime scene unit did.
That's correct.
And so those pictures that you were showing the jury were taken after you had arrived on the scene.
Are you referring to the dumpster or?
Yes,
Is
the
that correct? Yes.
pictures that were shown to the jury today.
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Redirect.
He's like, do you have questions or not?
Judge Weaver.
Sure.
We need to start keeping track of how many approaches there are every day. Right? I'm always like, when he's talking to someone, I'm always watching to see what his attitude is, if he has attitude or not, you know. Still has the bandage on the back of his head. Good morning, Tammy. How are you? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, sunshine. You hear the clanging and banging over there? Man, they are working hard at getting those tree limbs. Well, they're not even limbs. They literally cut down a tree in their yard, and they're just now, like last week or the week before, and they're just now getting it picked up.
I'm gonna show you some pictures on my computer. Particularly this one. Do you recognize those photographs?
I have seen them before, yes.
And are those a fair and accurate representation of how the Mazda looked on May 22nd? when we saw it in the parking lot?
It is, yes.
Your Honor, the call on this to introduce these two photos and publish to the jury. They will be exhibits.
150 and 151.
Admitted subject to prior conversation. You all want to approach? So you look like you're questioning, and I don't want to, you know, if
Yes,
you want to
let's
put
do.
something
Just-
on the
I
record,
have
let's
a
do it.
question.
Yeah, no problem.
You need coffee this morning? Tammy, I have my coffee. Go grab you some coffee. Girlfriend, I have my cute little, hold on, let me clean him up because he's dirty right now. He's got coffee spills down his face. But look, my little snowman coffee mug with his little cute carrot nose, right? He's super cute. Super cute. Hmm. He's like, let's get this show on the road.
And to clarify, are you the one, or were you part of the team that first located the monster?
That's correct, yes.
And did anybody enter the Mazda and roll windows up or down?
I don't recall, no.
Is that something the police department would ever do?
No, typically, again, you want to obviously contain any evidence as we locate it. And we don't want to obviously tamper with it anyway. Obviously, the most minimal contamination as possible.
And once you all located the Mazda, was it secured?
It would have been, yes.
So no civilians could have come and gone from the Mazda?
No, absolutely not.
So. All right, and what are we looking at here?
Okay, this vehicle here is going to be the light blue Mazda. It may look a little silver in this picture, but it's like a light blue.
Is this where you all located?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall it was parked in a normal parking space?
That is correct.
And from this distance, would you have smelled bleach?
Yes.
And does the window appear to be up or down?
The back window appears to be up. Front driver window appears to be down.
And what are we looking at?
This is going to be a photo, I guess, on the driver's side door into the vehicle. Again, the window appears to be down.
And at this point, was the back seat missing?
It was, yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
Any requests?
Detective Peters, just to clarify, you did tell the jury that the two back windows were down.
I said I believe the back ones have been down, yes.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And come up for your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
You know what? Actually, I think this is a good time for a little 5-minute break because somebody needs to step out. We will just come back in 5 minutes. It's 10 after 11.
A little 5-minute break. A little 5-minute break, you guys. I feel like I'm getting ready to sneeze again. I did that yesterday and then I never did sneeze. Tammy got her coffee. All right. All right. So apparently whenever they take their breaks, they don't always like, I guess the camera guy's like, I'll just keep the camera rolling in case we catch something juicy, right? Oh, He had multiple Band-Aids on the back of that head. Looked like they were layered. Weird. Did they question the kid anymore? You mean from yesterday, Tammy? No. I think did they finish up with him yesterday? No, I don't remember. Yeah, they did. They finished up with him yesterday because I remember them saying that they wanted to finish with him by 5:30 and they did. So, yeah. I'm going to take a little potty break real quick too. While they're taking a potty break, I'm going to take a potty break. I'm on cup number 2 of coffee. I did get up late. No, I didn't. I got up early this morning. I was thinking that I went later because I've been going like 8:39 on the streams, and then today it was right about 10. So yeah, I'm 2 cups of coffee in, and I gotta go use the potty. So I'm gonna do that. And the bus will be coming soon with Eli Schmeeli. And I'm stretching. Stretching, stretching, stretching. Oh, and by the way, Lee. Can you shoot me an email real quick with your address? I need that, please, and thank you. But I will be right back. You have my email address because you've emailed me before, Lee. Thank you. I appreciate it. I have to go use the potty, but I'll be right back. If you guys need to go while they're on break, and hopefully some of this is like sleepy deepy evidence, and I'm like, let's get into some good stuff. Let's get woke up. Chop, chop. Okay, and I'm back. Did I miss anything important? Did I miss anything? Thanks, Lee. I appreciate that. Oh, he had to go get a snack. Oh, did he come back eating something? Ooh, congratulations, Tammy. That's exciting. Yay. He was doing that the first day, too. He came into the courtroom eating something. I have no idea what, but...
All first 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
He looks concerned.
Anybody need to report anything?
All right, who's the Commonwealth's next witness?
Commonwealth's going to call Dr. Lippincott.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Dr. Lippincott.
Lippincott?
Lippincott.
Thank you.
Let's say that name 10 times and say that
Good
name
morning, Doctor.
3 times
May I have you raise
fast.
your right hand, please? Sorry, could have given you a minute. You sort of told the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you. You may have a seat.
Morning, Doctor. How are you?
Good morning.
Can you introduce yourself to the jury?
I am Dr. Lauren Lippincott.
And can you tell us what sort of medicine do you practice?
I am a forensic pathologist.
And so what does a forensic pathologist do?
Forensic pathology is the field of medicine that examines unexpected, unexplained, and unnatural death.
And is there some training that goes along with becoming a doctor there?
Yes,
Can you tell us what's your education background?
sure. I have a bachelor's of science degree in forensic biology and health sciences from Guilford College. I received my medical degree at Nova Southeastern University. I then did a internship year at St. Petersburg General Hospital in Florida. I then did my residency in anatomic and clinical pathology at Danbury Hospital in Connecticut. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Louisville.
So how many years of education was that if you had them all
Sorry, let me
up?
do the math. Approximately 15.
And how many autopsies have you performed at this point?
I have performed over 1,800 autopsies.
And what is the standard procedure for performing an autopsy? Do you pick who comes to you? How do they get there?
The autopsies that we performed are on decedents that are sent to us by the county coroner.
And this is the job that you were performing back in 2016?
Yes,
And this is, you had I was going to say opportunity, that's not quite the right word. You conducted the examination for a case number ME 160633.
yes.
And who was that individual?
That individual was identified as Christopher Jones.
And when you performed the autopsy, at that time, where does the autopsy occur?
The autopsy is performed at the medical examiner's office.
And who else are there other people in the room, just you?
There's technicians, there may be other doctors in the office, law enforcement.
Do you follow the same set of procedures for everybody that you receive, or do do you tailor it based on what your initial observations are?
We have our general protocol, but some items are tailored for the nature of the case.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Showing the witness, Commonwealth's 152 through 159.
Those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Jones as you observed him to be at that time.
Yes.
Move to admit and publish, Your Honor.
No objection.
Admitted, you may publish.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Lend you control of the clicker in the
Okay.
corner there. Can you, I guess, first of all, I'll just kind of jump to your final conclusion to orient the jury. What did you find the cause of death in this instance to
The
be?
cause of death in this instance was a gunshot wound.
And can you point out where the gunshot wound is on the victim?
In this individual, the gunshot wound initially went through his arm and then entered into his torso.
And how did death result from that?
There was injury to the liver that resulted in bleeding.
How long would you expect somebody to survive with that sort of injury?
It's hard to say.
And so obviously the liver is an important organ. What happens when a liver gets punctured?
When there is injury to the liver, bleeding will occur into the abdomen.
And so you would expect most of that bleeding to be internal or external?
Depending on the nature of the wound.
Okay. Is there anything else significant about this particular photo?
In this photo, you do see a lot of evidence of the medical intervention that was performed prior.
And if you want to just go through the next photo,
Okay.
what is most significant about
Yeah.
this photo here?
In this photo, the significant item is right here. That was after we had made an incision under this contusion or bruise on his torso, and that is actually a projectile.
Now, are we looking at a bullet that almost exited? Or
No.
are we looking at an entrance?
That bullet was underneath the skin. We cut into the skin for visualization
Okay,
and retrieval.
okay. And there was only one bullet wound?
There
Oh.
was one projectile recovered.
Yes. All right. And we can go on to the next one. And what is this shot here?
This looks like it's the other side of his torso, so the lateral side where the projectile entered into the body.
And how can you tell, can you tell from just looking at the wound whether it's an entrance or an exit?
This one is a little irregular. So,
And irregular would mean what? I'm sorry.
because this is a reentry wound because the bullet already had gone through a different area.
So I guess let's talk a little bit more about the processing also. I kind of jumped into things. There's a sticker there. Why is that sticker on it?
That sticker right here, it has our case number. Every individual that we examine in our facility is given their own case number. That number follows all of their case and anything involved with it. And then also on this, we also have measurements in inches and metric. So that also gives us a sense of scale.
Thank you. Go on to the next one. And
That busted my
there's,
eardrums.
can you talk about his hands?
Yeah, you'll see that the hands were received at our office, covered in a paper bag.
And why is it like that?
That can be done to preserve any possible trace evidence.
When you say trace evidence, can you give some examples of what you sometimes find on people's hands?
I mean, sometimes it's also, we might clip fingernail clippings if requested for collection, and it may see if there's anything that could be important to law enforcement.
When you were processing Mr. Jones, did you encounter any injuries that would have been consistent with him having been run over by a vehicle?
I did not see any specific.
And there appears to be some darkness up on his head over his eye there. Did you observe that during your inspection?
Yes,
And do you know what the cause of that is?
no,
Is there any part of the infusion or treatment process that could cause results like that?
not that I'm aware.
Do you know do you know when that bruising would have occurred?
I'm not sure.
Can people bruise post-mortem?
No.
So do you keep careful records of your examination,
Yes,
and do you file a report?
we do.
And what's the rest of the procedure that you follow with an autopsy?
During the autopsy, say we examine the external surface of the individual. We look for injuries and natural disease. We will then generally also perform similar inspections inside the decedent's body. We will make incisions and look at the organs as they are in the body, and we will also remove them to look at them individually.
So why do you take, in a case like this where you can see a gunshot wound, why would you take out organs and weigh them still?
Just for documentation, to also see if there's other injuries, other natural disease.
Because you only get one shot at this and you don't know what might be relevant later.
Correct.
All right. Did you do anything else with respect to Mr. Jones?
Blood samples were collected from the hospital and were sent for toxicologic testing.
And what would that test for?
It generally tests for a panel that includes common drugs of abuse and alcohols.
Okay. And when did you perform the examination of Mr. Jones?
This exam was performed on May 4th, 2016.
And did you also happen to perform an examination in case ME 160724?
Yes,
And who was the individual involved in that examination?
that individual was identified as Larry Ordway.
At the time that you did your examination, did you have any knowledge that these two individuals were in any way connected?
No,
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing the witness Commonwealth's Exhibit 160 through 176. Do those pictures fairly and accurately represent Mr. Ordway as you observed him at the time?
generally, yes.
Move to admit and publish to the jury, Your Honor.
No objection.
So admitted, you may.
We'll go through the pictures one by one, but first, again, I'll jump to what was your final conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. Ordway?
The cause of death were due to multiple stab wounds of the torso.
Why would you take a picture? What's the significance of taking pictures of someone's hands? What's significant about that?
We take pictures of the hands to document any injuries or any other findings as they're received.
Did you see any wounds on his hands?
No,
Do you have?
sorry, I clicker.
Oh, yeah, sure. And that's his other hand,
Yeah, or another aspect of it.
and still no wounds,
No,
no defensive wounds.
no.
You can keep going. Did you observe burning on the body?
Yes,
And were you able to tell, was he deceased when the fire occurred? Is there any way for you to know that just from looking at him?
it's hard to tell with burning, but we did perform a carboxyhemoglobin testing for carbon monoxide, and that was negative.
Which would imply what generally?
Often if someone is, for the most part, deceased at the time of a fire, they will not be taking breaths to inhale it in.
And what are we looking at here?
We are looking at a stab wound.
Is there any way for you to tell what sort of instrument caused the wound?
No,
Would you be able to tell if the instrument was serrated or smooth?
we do document whether the wound edge is smooth or if we see evidence of serration.
And what was your conclusion on this one?
This was a smooth. Next.
Yeah. Can you orient us as to what we're looking at here?
So I believe you're looking at, on the torso, there is an injury here. And then you can see some of this darkening and discoloration is fire injury.
Same.
Same.
Plus, there's also, is that additional wounds in the?
Yeah,
photo?
there's multiple wounds in this photo.
Overall, how many, do you count the number of wounds?
Yes.
How many wounds were there?
Overall, we documented 21 sharp force wounds.
And did all of the wounds hemorrhage?
Yes.
And what is that? What can you deduce from that knowledge?
When there is bleeding around from the wounds, it means that the heart was beating, person was alive.
So he would have felt all of these wounds. He would have been alive for all of these wounds.
Would have been, presumably, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm alive or able to feel, which one? Because that was kind of put together.
It's if someone's alive.
Okay, but you would not or would know whether they were able to feel it.
It would depend on the level of consciousness in an individual.
So in this case, do you know?
I can't say.
Okay, thank you.
You can go on to the next one. Anything significant?
No, you could
Lower
still some
extremities.
of the some of the other fire burn injuries.
You can go on to the next one. What do you observe here?
Here is the side of his head. There's some burnt clothing and burnt skin underneath. Some looks like some singeing of the hair, and there was a contusion on the ear.
And what would people on the street call a contusion?
A contusion is a bruise.
And so do you have any way of knowing how long do bruises last?
They can last for, it depends, period of time.
Do you have any way of knowing how long that bruise existed?
No.
You can go on to the next one. And this is another shot of the bruising.
Yes.
You can. What are we looking at here? Can you
So here,
orient us?
yes, we're looking on the torso. There were some injuries here, and this is intestine protruding through the wound.
And if there's a incision to the midsection, is that something that naturally happens, or?
Yes, it can.
All right. What is significant in this photo?
And here there is some bruising on the forehead.
And this photo here?
And then here is, we're looking at his body from the top down, head is here going to the chest and abdomen. And here we can see multiple stab wounds.
Are all of the stab wounds on the front of the body?
The vast majority are.
You can go on to the next one. Can you tell anything about the depth of these wounds from looking at them during your examination?
On the external exam, we can give approximations of wound depth on internal exam.
And were these of consistent depth with each other?
They varied.
And from Do you know what the range was?
The depths of the wounds were ranged from a 1/4 inch deep to 6 inches deep.
Go on to the next. Do you know which body was the one that you would have examined in this photo?
I believe it is the one on the right because of the clothing.
And I don't know if there's another photo after this.
Yes.
Would a blade like this be consistent with the wounds that you saw?
I can't say.
Some knives you could rule out by looking at them. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And is this one that you could rule out by looking at it?
I don't think it can be ruled out.
And if there's another one,
I think that's it.
that's it. And then you followed the same, after you did the documentation, you followed the same process as you laid out for Mr. Jones and documented your reports.
Yes.
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
For the defense?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm not going to walk back through all the things you just testified about. I'm going to pick and choose a little bit.
Okay.
And if any of my questions are confusing, just tell me.
Okay.
I think it's probably clear, but I wanted to ask just a couple things about your office. Your office is it's not just you, right? It's a bigger office.
Yes.
How many medical examiners are there?
I believe at the current moment in time, we have 8.
Okay.
in our office.
And in any particular autopsy, do you only have one, or do you guys work in pairs, or?
We may have work in pairs if there's a fellow who's the doctor in training.
Okay. Do you recall on these two if you were by yourself or if there was someone else assisting you?
I had someone else assisting and supervising.
Someone was assisting you, you were supervising, or
No.
did I get that backwards?
No, I was the one being supervised
Okay.
by another doctor.
Can you tell us the name of the other doctor?
Yes, for which case?
It's a totally good point. Why don't we start with Mr. Jones?
For Mr. Jones, it is Dr. Springer.
Okay. And then with the second.
And then for Larry Ordway, Dr. Falls.
Thank you. Also regarding your office, you said you've done 1,800 ballpark
Yes,
autopsies. Your office does cases from other counties too, right? You're from all over the state?
a segment of the state.
Okay.
Yes.
Do all cases that need an autopsy from Jefferson County, did they all go to your office though?
Yes.
I want to turn now specifically to Mr. Jones.
Okay.
You had indicated, you testified about this a little bit. I want to turn back to it specifically on page 5 of your report. You have your report, right?
Yes.
I have a spare copy.
No.
You testified a little bit about this before, about the injuries to the head. You see the spot is number 2 there on the report? Okay. You indicate on your report, I think well, let me take a step back. I think you told the prosecution that you couldn't determine the exact cause.
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
You use the term, which is a medical term of art, though it's one that I've heard out in the world. Blunt force injuries,
Yes.
right? Okay. Tell the jury what does that term mean, a blunt force injury?
A blunt force injury is an injury to the skin or body as a result of an impact.
And when you say an impact, what makes that distinct from a different type of injury?
It can differ from, say, a sharp force wound, which is due to a cutting of the skin.
So in this case, something struck the head or the head struck something?
Yes.
All right. And when we're talking about it, it would have been fairly recent, right? Bruising doesn't last for years and years.
Yes, correct.
And you specifically observed bruising in this case.
Yes.
In fact, we saw bruising and you commented on it in your testimony earlier. It's impossible to tell the exact amount of time from a bruise, right? There isn't a magical timestamp on a bruise.
No.
But you can make some conclusions, draw some conclusions, right, based on the coloration and things like that.
In some generalities.
Okay. For example, you told us that this would not have been after death or post-mortem.
Correct.
All right. So are you able to say to the jury exactly when that bruising or when that blunt force impact would have occurred?
No, I can't say exactly.
But based on what based on your examination, doctor, you are able to tell that it was fairly recent.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the bruising, you used the word, I think we already talked about contusion, right? You say it's over the left orbit.
Yes.
Can you tell us just which part of the head or face we're talking about?
Yeah, the orbit is just generally the area around the left eye.
So when you're saying over the left orbit, I'm using myself, not
No,
you.
okay.
Is that fair? Tell me if I'm wrong.
That's a
Am I wrong?
little more up than orbit.
Okay.
Orbit's
So
more,
closer here.
little further down.
Okay. You also observed an abrasion is that like a scrape?
Yes.
Okay. And then I don't know this word bilateral, over the bilateral forehead. I don't know what that means.
Both sides of
Okay.
the forehead.
Okay. And also you said on the nose and the left cheek.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. There's another one that I don't actually know, so you can help me out. A cortical contusion?
That's a bruising on the brain.
Okay. How are you able to determine that that had occurred?
We could see it on examination of the brain.
Okay. When we say a cortical contusion on the brain, can you explain that in normal words?
We see areas of hemorrhage or bruising, focal hemorrhage or bruising on the brain surface.
So we're talking about the actual surface of the brain itself.
On the brain itself.
Okay. And that takes a certain amount of force, right?
I believe so,
Um,
but I can't say specifically how
Well,
much.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
But that coincided with what you observed with exterior damage to the head as well.
Yes.
It's fair to say it's likely that whatever caused the exterior probably caused the interior damage as well.
Yes. It's likely they're connected.
Okay. here today, you're not able to tell the jury exactly what caused that injury to the head.
Correct.
But you do know, and you've testified about the fact that there was a blunt force trauma to Mr. Jones's head.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
With respect to Mr. Jones, observing the blunt force trauma, there's still, is there any question in your mind as to what the cause of death was?
No.
And what was the cause of death?
The cause of death was due to the gunshot wound.
And would the trauma to the head be consistent with an unprotected fall on pavement?
It can't be excluded.
With respect to Mr. Ordway, we went through some photographs with the jury, but we didn't show all the wounds. Can you just refer to your report and explain where you observed each one of the wounds?
Wounds were seen over the chest, the abdomen, the pelvis, the inguinal region, the back, the left inguinal region as well, the genitalia, and the right leg.
And what is the inguinal region?
The inguinal region, to, I guess in lay terms, is the groin.
And so he was stabbed in the groin?
Yes.
How many times?
There was one stab wound to the right groin and one to the left.
And when you say stab wounds to the external genitalia, what does that mean?
That is generally, in this case, talking about the penis and scrotum region.
And when you add all those stabbings up, what number did you come to?
For total in his
Yes.
body, there were 21 stab wounds total.
And were you able to determine the decedent's age at this time?
Not at the time of autopsy.
Do you know necessarily who you're working on at the time of autopsy?
He was unidentified at the time of autopsy,
And subsequently,
and then subsequently identified by the coroner's office.
thank you.
Any requests?
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you for being here. You're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
Counsel, can you approach for a moment?
So I missed some of that. I'm gonna have to go back and watch some of that. Was she talking about the Larry? Is that what they said his name was?
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch before calling any more witnesses. I'm just going to ask you to be back in front of the courtroom doors no later than 1:00 p.m. In the meantime, please recall my earlier order. You're not to do any research on this case or post any information about this case. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Well, if they're going to break for lunch, that'll be a good time for me to break as well. Can you go back a bit? I was getting text from daughter. Tammy, you can rewind it, just like pull it back a little bit, and then you can catch back up. I think I'm gonna go ahead and break because they're going on break. And since Eli just got home,
All right, we'll be in recess until about 5 till 1.
I'm gonna get him some lunch, and by the time lunch is over, should be set back up in the bedroom and stuff, and I gotta get some stuff out to the post, get stuff shipped out real quick. So, I guess I will leave this stream up and I'll put a thing up that says lunch break or whatever across the screen. And then I'll see you guys back at about 5 till 1, she said, something like that. So, I'll see you guys in a little bit, but I'll leave the stream running, okay? Okay. Hey guys, we're back, or I'm back. Looks like other people are back, or on the way back anyway. Did you guys have a good lunch? I got a bite. I did get a bite to eat, and I also wound up with a massive headache. Like my head is splitting. I don't know why. Just boom. Big ol' headache. I hope everybody did have a good lunch, though. If you had lunch, it looks like they're already moving the cameras around. They're like, it's 1 o'clock. Let's do this. Let's do this. Move my camera down a little bit. Oh, Lee, I haven't checked the Instagram messages yet. My phone is over there plugged up right now, so it was about to die. Ooh, spaghetti again, Sherry? Yum! I'm a big sandwich person. I like sandwiches. It's just like I could, like Joey Tribbiani from Friends. Like, he likes sandwiches too. And I'm like Joey. I like a good sandwich. Yeah. Let's see. We have ceiling tile. I would look at my phone, but I can't because it's over plugged up and charging. But I was going to see why did it disappear, Lee? Trying to eat your leftovers, Sherry. Yeah. But I'm wondering who is up for today. I think I read somewhere, maybe on Twitter, was it? Somewhere I read that who was it? I can't remember. It may have been the Kathy Russin chick. I like her because she updates. I don't know if she's actually like in the courtroom from Long Crime or what, but no, Lee, it should be there. I mean, they're not. I'll check though here in just a few minutes.
Where are the exhibits from yesterday?
They are in a storage room just right outside here. And later today, these will be moved there as well.
I think we may need to reference some of those
Today?
today. I wasn't sure if I'm not sure who you're calling. So depending on,
It's fine. When John comes back in, we can talk to him about it and he can get it.
I think just the photos, so it'd be pretty quick.
Okay.
That judge seems very like laid back, cool, calm, collected, not, she's like, yeah, we'll get it when we get it. But what I was going to say is Kathy Russin over on Twitter had posted, I think it was her that had posted that the other victim had a different medical examiner that did the autopsy, I guess. So I'm not sure. Not sure. Unless I misunderstood what I read, which is very possible. Very possible. But apparently it's supposed to be a different medical examiner that's supposed to be testifying about his autopsy. Jury's coming in. We ready to roll? Ready to get this? Lee, I'm gonna head over to IG real quick and take a look.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you. Would you mind to come up? We wanted to talk to you about some photos that we might need. Does anybody need to report anything with regards to the admonition? All right, I'll wait just a moment for them to get those items. Thank you. Is Commonwealth ready to call their next witness?
Yes, the Commonwealth Scott Doyle.
Thank you. Hi there, good afternoon. You can come right up here to the witness stand. And I will have you raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You may have a seat.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Jeffrey Scott Doyle.
And where did you work?
I was employed by the Kentucky State Police Forensic Laboratory from 1979 through 2019. I retired in October of 2019.
Are you still retired?
I am.
Good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So in 2016, obviously you were at the lab.
Mhm.
Did you receive some evidence in this case?
I did.
And is this noted with a certain laboratory number so that you can track what you're about to talk about?
That's correct. Every case submitted to the laboratory was assigned a unique lab number. Each item of evidence was assigned a unique item number, and that was all tracked through the system and to keep everything organized.
In this case, before we get to this case, what sort of things did you do at the lab?
Well, primarily I was in firearms. My job as a firearms examiner also included looking at things like tire and shoe prints that's related to this case. It was all a form of comparative analysis. So in firearms, we're looking at bullets and cartridge casings and comparing those microscopically to samples from a gun that may have been submitted. In addition to that, shoe and tire print identification is a form of comparative analysis. So we're looking for both class characteristics and individual characteristics that may exist on a known item that may have transferred to, say, through your shoe prints or through your tire prints. And so that comparative analysis was a part of my job that I did for basically 40 years.
And did you receive training and continuing education to do that?
I did. Early on, back in 1979, I was trained at the Central Forensic Laboratory in Frankfurt to be a firearms and tool mark examiner. That included training from the FBI, gun manufacturers, other forms of training. I was a distinguished member of the Association of Firearms and Tool Mark Examiners, and which we had an annual training seminar that I attended most of the time. And so, yes, there was ongoing training, as well as we had peer review. So every case we worked was reviewed by another examiner. The results were examined. There was a lot, extensive amount of training early, but then there's a lot of on the job, just working cases as well during that course of 40 years.
Did you receive a number of items of evidence in this case?
I did.
How does the lab get the evidence?
The lab would receive the evidence from the Louisville Police Department Evidence Technicians Unit. So whenever something happened, the evidence technicians would go out, they'd collect the evidence, they would package it, they would organize it, and then they would submit it to the laboratory for examination, and then I would conduct my examinations.
In this case, did you receive 2 tire imprint casts?
I did.
What is a tire imprint cast?
Well, the technicians would go out, and at the crime scene, they may see a tire imprint in the ground. And to preserve that and to record it and to collect it, they would mix plaster, a plaster substance. There's different types, but they would pour that into that imprint that was in the ground, let it harden, and then they would collect that. After it hardened, they would pull it up and they would submit that to the laboratory, and it would have the negative image of that imprint. And then that would be used to compare to any, if they had tires, let's say if we're talking about tires, it would be compared to any tire samples they may have, or if it's shoes, they would be compared to any shoe samples they may have.
Did you also receive 2 shoe imprint
I did.
casts from this case? And what did they provide you with to help you analyze the imprints?
Well, they had taken pictures from my report. I can see that there was a compact disc of pictures that they had taken of tires that were on a vehicle, I believe. And there's photos and five printed photos from the scene. They also printed out 5 pictures from pictures that were on the CD. And then there were a number of shoes that they submitted. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pairs of shoes that were submitted.
Okay. Did you analyze all of this? Were you able to make some conclusions?
I was some conclusions and not.
Okay, let's go through. The case that you have lab numbers, and there's also numbers provided from the crime scene unit on your report here.
There
Okay.
are, yes.
So we'll start with your item 52, which would be CSU item 2, 1 tire cast imprint. What, and I guess it's the same thing so we'll go to item 53, which is CSU item 3, the other tire imprint. What were you able to determine?
Well, as it related to both of those imprints, my items 52 and 53, I determined that the pictures on the CD of tires, I couldn't make a determination one way or another. I couldn't eliminate those tires as having made those imprints, but I couldn't identify them either. Class characteristics are something we look at first. We'll see if the same basic pattern is there. So the same basic pattern was there, but in tires, it's very difficult to identify a tire specifically to a tire imprint, because tires will wear and they don't develop very good unique characteristics for us to look at. So in looking at those imprints, and a round tire is if you were to roll out that imprint, it would be about 6 feet long if you rolled it all the way out flat. So just capturing one small imprint that was made, you don't know where on that tire it may have been made. So it could have been at the top or bottom or whatever. So my conclusions were that it was basically inconclusive. I couldn't say whether the pictures of the tires that were submitted, that those tires made those imprints, but I couldn't eliminate them as well.
And because we've heard about a number of cars, does it list what specific type of car this is on your report?
It says they were off of a Mazda 3.
Moving on to the shoe imprints. For 54, your number 54, which would be CSU 6, were you able to determine anything about that item?
Again, item 54, it says on my report here that there was an inconclusive comparison again to shoes contained in item 62. So I couldn't identify or eliminate item 62 shoes as having made that imprint. The same basic pattern existed, but there was a lack of individual characteristics present in the imprint for me to make an identification. Shoes were eliminated, it appears.
In item 62, is that CSU 133?
It is.
Okay. What about your item 55, which is CSU 9, the other shoe imprint cast?
It appears that that particular imprint let me read, make sure I get this right here. Okay, so I couldn't identify the two imprints as being made by the same shoe. And then I couldn't on item 55, it was not made by any of the pairs of shoes that were submitted. So it was a different pattern present in that imprint that did not match any of the shoes submitted.
Okay. So to summarize, the tires could not be identified or eliminated. One shoe, same, not identified or eliminated. The other shoe print eliminated.
Eliminated,
Okay.
yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Doyle, good afternoon. I just want to be clear that you could not positively identify the tire tracks at the scene as being from the Blue Mazda 3, correct?
That's correct.
And you could not positively identify or match any of the shoes that were given to you to the shoe prints at the scene, is that correct?
There was one pair of shoes that I couldn't eliminate. The others I eliminated.
Thank you.
Anything else? All right, thanks for being here. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Who would the comment like to call next?
Taylor.
Thank you.
Who did they say? Did they say Jacory? Did they say Jacory?
Mr. Taylor, you can come right up here to the witness stand.
Oh, did you see him look at the camera? Look at the... Here we go.
Would you raise your right hand, please?
This should be a good
You swear to tell
one.
the truth and the whole truth? Thank you. You can have a seat.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury? And sir, we're, if you lean closer to the microphone and speak louder, we need to be able to hear you.
Jacory Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, how are you connected to this case?
You need to answer the question. Sir, you need to answer the question.
Sir, did you know Larry and Maurice?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know them?
This is my friend.
They were your friends? Did you know or do you know Anwan Carter? And I know that you're nodding, but we have to be able to hear you. So if you could say yes or no as appropriate. Did you know Anwan?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you know him?
He's my cousin.
He's your cousin?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that on your mom's side or dad's side?
Mom's side.
Did you know Brice Rhodes?
You must answer the question. You all want to approach? Come on up here, sir.
Oh my goodness, you guys, this is going to be bad. This is going to be bad. You think so, Lee? See, I'm having the other reaction. I
We're
think
gonna take a short break.
mm,
Need about 10 minutes. If you all could come back at 1:30, please.
Advice for the jury.
hold on, I'm gonna wait till they I'm gonna wait a minute. Okay. I don't know if they're going to let us hear this conversation or not. Probably not. But maybe they will with the jury being out of the room. See, I mean, I'm thinking a couple of different things. Either, like you said, he's being a hard.
Mr. Taylor, you can have a seat in the witness chair again.
Here we go.
Judge, I'm not trying to overstep. I wasn't sure if he had counsel and if we needed anything like that. I know.
I mean, I'm just gonna talk to him about how he has to answer.
I don't either. I think
understand
he's
that,
very
but we
emotional.
still have
That's
to
what
have
I
some
see.
kind of an answer. It can be yes, no. I
He's
don't
going to
know, I
cry.
don't
He's going to
remember.
cry.
But you can't sit there and not answer the question. You understand? Mr. Taylor, I'm speaking to you. Please look at me. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you all approach, please?
He doesn't, I'm telling you, I may be way off here. I may be way off here. He does not want to talk. If he opens his mouth, he's going to cry, and he does not want to cry, especially in front of Brice Rhodes. Mickey, no, they're Anwan's cousins. And if I'm not mistaken, the two, I can't, this is going to be rough. This is going to be rough. I think he's coming off as a hard ASS, but I really think he knows once he opens his mouth and he starts talking, he's going to cry. He's going to be emotional, and I don't think he wants to do that. Yeah, you can see Rhodes clenching his jaw. I'm feeling for this kid right now. I'm not sure if any of them are related to Rhodes. To be honest, I don't think any of them are. If I'm not mistaken, though, I think I read that the boys, the two brothers the two victims that were brothers, was it Larry and Maurice? See, he's getting ready to bust out right now in tears. Yeah, I kind of thought that too, Tammy. I noticed that. I thought, but I'm not positive. I don't know that stuff. But anyway, I'm feeling sorry for this kid right now. But train of thought, Jenny, train of thought. What I was going to say is that if I'm not mistaken, I read that the two boys, the two victims, the brothers, mother had a relationship with Brice Rhodes. But I don't remember if that was in that article that I read. Yeah, Mickey, this guy right here was the other one that had to clean up with Anwan. He had to clean up the crime scene, and he was also one that had stabbed one of the boys after they had already died. Like the one yesterday had to. Bree says, here, let me share this. The guy on the stand is going to have consequences for participation in the trial. Man. Tammy says, didn't the mother use drugs with someone? I think I read where she was an addict. I think I read something about that too. But I'm not positive. There are so many different people involved in this case. Here we go.
Here, I can talk to you about this. So the attorney that had previously represented you no longer is with the public defender's office, but they're gonna send an attorney over for you just in case you need somebody to talk to while you're here, okay? All right, whenever the jurors are back, we can get started again. Don't get the pictures you needed. That good? Get the pictures you needed, okay.
Be safe, Tammy.
I was trying to figure out how to get the J cup into here. And I guess what I have to do is switch it over manually when you're using it. But I've been just switching it to overall presentation so the screen would show. Okay.
Okay, jury's coming back in, you guys. Hopefully he will answer the questions as asked. But I still feel bad for the kid. I feel bad for the kid.
All 15 jurors are present, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy Nelson. Ms. Jones-Brown, you can proceed.
Mr. Taylor, how old are you?
25.
Thank you. How old were you in 2016?
17.
So when you were 17 years old, you were friends with Larry, Ordway, and Maurice Gordon, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were cousins with Anwan Carter. You are cousins with him. Were you running around with your cousin Anwan? Did you all four hang out?
Yeah. Yeah.
How did you know Larry?
met through one of my cousins, Antoine.
You met them through your cousin Antoine? And how is Antoine related to Antoine?
They brothers.
They're brothers. Okay. Did you all hang out with more people?
Nah, it was just usually us.
Okay. What sort of stuff would you do?
Females, chill, party, stuff like that.
Where did you go to school?
Went to Lassiter, I went to Butler High School.
Where'd you say?
I went to Lassiter Middle, and I went to Butler High School.
Butler High School? So did you go to school with any of them?
Now my cousin Antoine did. That's how I met them. They went to school together, and they came to my granny's house one day.
What neighborhood did you live in back then?
I lived in the South, with my cousin.
What do you mean by the South?
South there, like by Olmsted Middle School, our boys' school. You know, in the
Is
South
that where
there.
they all went to school?
Yeah, they all went to school there.
So you would hang out with them after school?
Yeah.
Were you and Antoine friends when you were little kids?
No, not really. I mean, he just my cousins, like blood brothers. So I looked at him as like a brother too.
So you were closer to Antoine at first than Antoine, is that what you're saying?
Antoine, me and Antoine grew up together. His mama is my mama's sister. She passed away, Stacy. She passed away. So me and Antoine, we've been tight since I was young.
And was Antoine his little brother? At some point, did anybody in that group introduce you to Brice Rhodes?
Maurice and Larry.
Maurice and Larry did?
Mhm.
About how long did you know Maurice and Larry before they died?
About 4 years.
4 years?
Mm-hmm.
About how long did you know Brice Rhodes?
I don't remember.
Had you known him, would you say weeks, months, or years before the murders?
I don't remember.
Maybe years?
Probably about, it wasn't that long though. It wasn't no year.
Wasn't no year?
No.
And you met him through, I believe you said Maurice and Larry?
Hmm.
Okay. What sort of things would you all do with him?
No. Just chill. Really.
Would he take you all out
Time to time.
from time to time? Did he take you all out to eat?
Time to time.
Did he buy you all stuff?
Time to time.
Sure.
Hey, Chris. Only being Chris, girl. I hope you're not. Yes, text when you're not driving. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Be safe. Hope you've had a good day. I was watching your vlog earlier today, Only being Chris, and my head. You have passed your headache on to moi. Now I got to figure out how to get rid of my headache. Didn't you say magnesium? Is that what you took? And it worked for your headache? Oh, you guys, this kid is killing me. He's killing me. I can't with this one.
How often would you all hang out with him?
I hung with Antoine more than anybody, and Maurice and Larry more than anybody. So I can't say how many times we hung together, or how often, but it was often. But it wasn't more than I hung with them two and Antoine.
I'm so sorry, but I could not hear all of that. If you could lean closer in.
We hung with them sometimes, but I mean it was mostly me, Maurice and Larry and Antoine. It wasn't, you know.
So it's mostly you four, sometimes him.
Yeah.
How old was he, if you recall?
Who?
Mr. Rhodes.
I don't know.
Was he older
He's
than you?
older
all?
than us.
Did you all ever, well, anytime you hung out with him, were they there, your friends there too? Or did you ever hang out with him, just you and him?
It was mostly just me, him, and Maurice and Larry and Butter. And
Okay, and I believe you just said Butta, what is,
it's Anwar.
that's Amon's nickname?
Yeah.
All right,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me ask the attorneys to come up. Mr. Faccio, would you mind to come up too?
Yeah, I don't know. He's the the Brice guy is like the Godfather. Oh, please. They said that they did get a plea deal, him and the guy from yesterday, and Juan. And they agreed to testify against him in this trial. So, as part of that deal, I'm assuming, they had to be here. Now, the guy Anwan from yesterday, he was brought in from Florida. He is incarcerated there on charges of, I think they said theft and something about gun charges or something. Thank you, JC. I appreciate that. Yeah, you guys like and subscribe if you haven't already. Appreciate it. Freeze said, I seen a clip of Brice threatening the judge and still getting a $15,000 bond. Crazy. So why do they have him up there? Oh, I bet that is because the judge said earlier that the attorney that he did have, that this Jacory had, was no longer with whatever firm or so I bet you they brought him in as like counsel for, just so he's got counsel right now. I don't know.
I ain't got nothing to say.
okay, Mr. Taylor, I want to turn to the May 4th.
Oh,
I ain't got nothing to say.
uh-oh.
Sir, leading up to May 4th
Uh-oh.
of 2016, can you tell us what happened?
I ain't got nothing to say. I respect what y'all doing here, but I ain't got nothing to say about the incident.
Well, that's not true, right? You don't want to. Right? But you do have something to say. Can you please tell the jury about the May 4th incident? Can you tell the jury what happened the night Christopher Jones was shot on 41st Street? Sir, I know it's hard. Mr. Taylor, were you on 41st Street the night Christopher Jones was shot?
I ain't got nothing to say.
May 4th, 2016, were you in a car on 41st Street?
I ain't got nothing to say.
Sir, do you understand this is a court
Yes, ma'am.
and that witnesses get sworn in? That they answer questions? You understand that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I ain't got
You
nothing-
understand that you have information that the jury needs about this case, right? Do you understand that? Do you want me to ask it in smaller questions? Does that help better? Mr. Taylor, were you with those people that you have just talked about? Maurice, Larry, Anwan, and Brice Rhodes on May 4th, 2016? Just answer that question. Were you with them that night? May 3rd into May 4th, 2016. So there are 3 answers you could give to that question. You could say, yes, I was with them, no, I wasn't with them, or I don't remember. What is your answer to that question? Mr. Taylor, do you remember a conversation that you had with Detective Tonelli about this incident? And we're gonna need you to say an answer. It could be yes, no, or I don't remember.
Yep.
I'm wondering if whenever they brought that lawyer up there, I'm assuming that lawyer was for him so that he would have someone there as counsel for himself. I don't know. And I wonder if maybe he said something to him to let him think that no, he's not in custody, Kel. He's there in street clothes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I wonder though if that lawyer has said something to make him think that he don't have to speak, but he has to testify because he said he would as part of his plea agreement. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, I need to speak with this witness outside of your presence. Ask you to come back again, and we'll just say 2 o'clock. Take 15 minutes.
All rise for the jury.
yeah, I know, Kel. I know. Poppy's scratching at the door. I got to let her in. This little heifer. Hold on.
John, can we lock the courtroom door for a moment? Does anybody want to leave for a minute? I'm gonna lock the door for a moment.
Providing him with his fair copy, Judge, and then you can.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm gonna give you some time to talk to Mr. Ferraccio, who is here at my request as your attorney. But let me say this, when a question is asked of you, you can answer it yes, no, or I don't remember. And if you want to, you can explain more beyond that. But simply not answering will result in me holding you in contempt of court and putting you in jail likely. Additionally, it could open you up to other consequences, such as your prior plea deal being taken away and all of the charges against you being reinstated. Now, I do not care how you answer, but you will either answer or remain in the jail. Mr. Ferraccio, I'll give you some time to speak with him now.
He's not in custody.
Yeah, he's not in custody. Yep,
Conference.
conference room. Yeah, John, I'm sorry, the outer door is is the one we'll need to secure.
Whoa. Oh my goodness, you guys. Oh my goodness. Okay, the judge is going to yawn. I was thinking that they were just going to have a little conversation, but I guess they're going to wait the 15 minutes till they're giving him that 15 minutes. So, holy cow. I'm feeling bad for this kid.
Okay, I'll let him say that.
Mm-mm-mm.
Were you with him? I feel like that would have been a sensible answer.
Oh, yeah, for sure, Kel. Definitely scared. Scared.
No, me either, because this is not how it was 5 seconds before this started.
Well, you know he has to be terrified. Mickey says if he's willing to go to jail, he's not going to be safe there.
Lynn Lonnie, you want to come out here with us a minute, Brian?
I had a feeling that something was going to happen. And you know that this guy probably feels like this Brice Rhodes right now probably feels pretty good about himself right now. You can hear the whispering. Anybody hear what he just said? No, Mickey, he didn't go to jail. There's a conference room outside, and the judge appointed him a lawyer. To be there with him through this situation, so that he's, has some sort of counsel. But anyway, they're having a little powwow meeting right now. I'm assuming the judge has told that lawyer, you need to tell him he has to answer these questions or he's going to jail. And she's like, I don't care how you answer. So, even though he said he would tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So there's that. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel like Brice is feeling like he's feeling pretty good about himself right now because he knows that kid is scared, and he feels like he's got that kid wrapped around his little pinky finger, I guess, so to speak. Definitely has a smug look on his face. Yeah, I know, Tammy. They're good at that. Lisa's, how much you want to bet all his answers are going to be? I don't remember. Well, that's what they're there for, Tammy. I mean, I don't know. I do not know. I mean, they say, everybody has the right to a good defense, so. Mickey said, I don't think he would have been released if it was a plea deal until he testified. Yeah. Watch his hands when the guy gets back in, said Tammy. Yeah. Well, I saw them doing that kind of stuff yesterday, and I just kind of wondered, but I don't know.
Are either of you Tyler Childers fans? You Tyler Childers fan, Brian? Do you know who Tyler Childers is? Are you Tyler Childers fans? Are you a Tyler Childers fan? Okay, cool. Not then.
What in the world? Random. This Brice guy's like, are you a fan of me? I got videos on YouTube, yo. Yeah. Oh, Chris says, hi, I'm just here trying to catch up. This looks really interesting. Hi to everyone, too. And by the way, Jenny, that magnesium tablet helped wonders. I took it before bedtime and woke up a new Chris. Wow. Wow, wow. Sherry said that Brice said, has he been? ... That's all I heard. See that smug smile just before he took a sip of water? Small talk. I'm just sick for this kid. This kid, man. I'm sick for him. I'm just like, I know he don't want to talk for a multitude of reasons. He's scared to death. I get that. Also, I feel like it's something he doesn't want to remember. A time in his life that he wants to completely forget. And now he has to like speak about it. And he don't want to. One, because this dude's sitting right there in the room with him, giving him these glares, I'm sure. And Lee says, sorry, I have no sympathy for him. I get it, Lee. That's the difference between men and women. You know, most guys are going to be that way. They're not going to have any sympathy. And then you have all the women that's got the motherly instinct. That's all just, you know. All right, he's headed back up to the stand.
If the jurors are here, we're ready. Oh, where's Mr. Griffiths?
Here he is. So, Judge, may the Commonwealth have permission to lead?
Do you all want to talk about it, or are you okay with that?
Let's talk about it for a second, Judge.
Come on up. Hang on just a second.
Why didn't he say that before she had them go get the jurors? JC says if they were all adults at the time, I wouldn't feel sorry for them, but I think this Brice took advantage and groomed them.
It's good. They can come on in.
Oh, Lee, he said that he wanted to talk before the jury came in. The lawyer said that, I think. Jacori's lawyer. I'm pretty sure that's what they're talking about.
Thank you, Deputy Mills. Ms. Jones Brown, you can pick up where you left off.
Okay, Mr. Taylor, returning to 2016, were you there when Christopher Jones was killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you? Were you in a vehicle?
I was in the back seat.
Backseat of the vehicle?
Mhm.
Whose car was it?
It was Brice.
What color was the car?
Blue Mazda.
Mazda?
Mhm.
Who was driving?
Maurice,
Who was next to Maurice in the front?
Larry,
Who was in the back?
Brice.
Were you behind Maurice or Larry?
I was behind Larry.
And the defendant was behind Maurice?
Mhm.
So driver's side rear?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you, oh, was Anwan there?
Yes, ma'am.
Where was Anwan?
He was behind us in the truck.
What truck was he in?
He was in the truck he had that day. He was following us.
He followed you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how he got the truck? Was it a truck that he had long term?
Nah, just for short term that day. Just for that day.
He showed up in the truck that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did y'all go to 41st Street?
Looking for somebody.
Who were you looking for?
I don't know.
Did you ever know specifically who you were looking for?
We never knew. We just went along with it.
Who knew? Who was the person who knew?
Brice.
Sorry.
Brice knew.
Did he tell you all who he was looking for?
Ma'am.
But did he tell you why he was looking for someone?
Something about a price on their head or something like that.
Somebody with a price on their head. What does that mean?
Somebody with a price on their head, like looking for him.
Does that mean that somebody else is gonna pay if this person gets killed?
It means the person who did it get paid.
The person who did it gets paid? Okay. How did you all know that there was somebody with a price on his head?
Brice told us about it.
Did he tell you all about this before that night or that night?
It was at night.
Did you, okay, so y'all driving down 41st Street, you're in the back seat, Anwan following, what happens?
Rode around. Maurice rode around. And, stopped the car. And he seen somebody in the middle of the street. And Brice told him to get out the street. Shot him.
Who shot him?
Brice.
Brice Rhodes shot him. So you're in the passenger side rear, right?
Mm-hmm.
So were you all, was the person who got shot on the other side of the street from you all?
He was on.
You don't know? It's probably an unclear question. Was the fellow on the sidewalk or in the street?
Street.
Okay. Was he crossing the street or what was he doing?
He may have been crossing the street. He was in the street, but he may have been crossing the street, but he was in the middle of the street.
Did Mr. Rhodes shoot him with a gun? I know that's obvious, but just to be clear, it was with a gun, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What type of gun was it?
9mm.
How did he get the gun?
Got it from me.
Where did you get the gun?
Friend of mine.
How long have you had the gun?
I didn't have it a day.
You didn't have it a day, so you got it that day.
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you get the gun?
My own protection.
And how did Mr. Rhodes end up with it?
He was with me that night. He's with all of us at night. He told us that somebody had a price on their head, so he wanted the gun. So I gave him the gun.
Could you describe how he shot Mr. Jones?
He pulled up and he was in the street. I just remember that he shot him. I don't really remember. I just know he said, "Get out the street," or something like that. And he shot him.
And were you sitting next to Brice Rhodes when he shot Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know Mr. Jones at all?
None of us did.
Had you ever seen him before?
Nah, I ain't never seen him dead in my life.
Did you ever find out if he in fact was the person with the price on his head?
Judge, we would object.
That's a statement. You want to approach?
No, I can rephrase. How did you feel about this situation?
I was young. I just went along with it, to be honest with you. We all did, you know what I'm saying? We just,
I'm sorry, what was the last thing?
we just went along with it.
Did Mr. Rhodes, to your knowledge, did he ever show up with money from this price on the head business?
No, ma'am.
After the shooting, what did you all do?
We went to Maurice and Larry's house.
Did all 5 of you go or just some of you?
We all went.
Okay. What happened at their house?
We didn't really talk about much. We just basically just told us not to tell nobody. That was it that I remember.
Okay. Did you all discuss it later amongst yourselves?
Not really. I mean, to be honest, we ain't never seen nobody like get shot, you know what I mean? So I'm not gonna lie, we was all scared, you know what I mean? It wasn't just them two, we was all scared, you know what I'm saying? Maurice, Larry, all of us, we was scared, man.
You were scared?
Yeah, we was young, you know what I'm saying? We didn't really, we just went along with it.
Did you all, any of you, discuss this prior to May 21st?
Yeah, me and Maurice did. And Larry. He told me he wasn't messing with Brice anymore because of the situation.
Judge, I can object. There's no.
Did Brice Rhodes say anything?
No.
Okay. Did he say anything about Larry and Maurice?
Just said that he can't mess with them no more because they told their mama about the situation. He feared they would say something to the police.
So he believed they told their mother?
Yes, ma'am.
What does he mean that you can't mess with them?
No,
What did you, I know you don't know, but what did you understand that to mean?
Judge, we object
is speculation.
I'm gonna sustain that.
Okay. Did he tell you anything that he thought should happen?
He afraid they would tell him, so he was saying we can't mess with them no more. We got get him back for telling him. That's all I remember.
Get him back for telling?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he say anything more specific?
Not really, not that I remember.
Do you remember talking to Detective Tonelli about this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think if you saw a transcript of your conversation that that might help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna approach your honor.
You may.
I'm gonna show you page 10. Specifically.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that help refresh your memory? What did he tell you he wanted to do to them?
So we gotta kill him.
At that time, did you believe him?
Shocked. I mean, I didn't know what to believe, to be honest, because of the Chris situation. I didn't really know. I just, I don't really know.
Where were you when he said this?
As I remember, it was just we was in the car one day. I don't remember what day. I don't remember what day. I just remember we was in the car and he was telling me this. Because Maurice was scared, you know what I'm saying? Like he was scared that he was gonna tell or whatever, so he was telling me that.
Judge, it's difficult for me to hear the answer, but I believe it's a mix of hearsay and non-hearsay. So we object to the hearsay part.
Sustain.
Let's move on to, well, in this time period, were there days when you saw Maurice and Larry?
Yeah, we was still with him every day after that.
Okay.
Me and Amon was.
Were there days that you saw Brice Rhodes?
Yeah, at times, not often.
Okay. Tell us about May 21st, which I believe would have been that Saturday.
I remember riding around with my cousin, Q. Me and Amon was riding around with Q that day.
So Q is the nickname of your another cousin?
That's my cousin.
So Q and Anwan and you were in a car?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you all doing?
Just riding around, females. Q had a girlfriend. We were just riding around. I was calling Maurice and he was calling Larry because he was trying to go back to their house that day. And, just kept calling and stuff like that because we usually we'll go out, we'll be out that day, and like at the time I really didn't have nowhere to go. You know what I'm saying? So
Where were you living then?
that's the house.
House to house?
Different friends' house.
What was going on with your, did you typically live with your mom or your dad?
I had issues with my family.
Okay. So did you, how long had it, well, when you were really little, did you live with your mom or your dad or both?
My mom, for the most part. My dad got killed.
At that time, were you living with your mom?
Yeah, I was living with my mom off and on. That's the reason why I was bouncing from house to house, because I didn't know where to stay at the time.
Okay. Okay, so you had a cousin Q who was driving you around that day with Anwan. Was he also Anwan's cousin or was it the other side of the family?
Q didn't really look at him as a cousin, but you could say that because Antoine, which is Antoine's brother, is Q's cousin too. You know, that's my mama's sister,
Okay.
so we was all cousins anyway.
So do Anwan and Antoine have different
They got
moms or
different-
dads?
They got different moms, same dad.
Okay. So Antoine was your all's cousin and he was Anwan's brother.
Mhm.
So you are related to Anwan through that? Okay, got it. So you're riding around with Q. What happens?
Calling, it was call, well, I was calling Reese, calling him back to back, trying to see, we was trying to go over there at night, something, as I remember, I said that, Maurice actually, he called me and let me know he was, I forget, at the time, no, I'm sorry about that, rephrase that. I called him to go over there, and we finally went over there, they was gone. Me and Butter went over, they was gone. And,
So you went to the house where they lived with their mom
yes, ma'am,
over by Yorkwood Park?
yes, ma'am,
And they were not there?
ma'am.
Okay.
And I was confused because, you know, he told me, after Maurice was telling me that he wasn't hanging with him no more, and fooling Bryce no more, I was confused on why he was still with him and why they was still, you know, with Bryce after the situation with Chris. So I went there to spend the night, me and Butter did, and we got there, their cousin answered the door, and they wasn't there. They wasn't there that night. When we left, we kept calling Maurice's cell phone. I called Bryce's cell phone. I was like, "Where Maurice and Larry at?" And said that they right here and stuff like that. And Maurice was in the background and Larry's in the background partying. There's people over there. I just thought everything was fine at that point. I didn't really think nothing, like, back when you asked me, like, was he serious? You know what I'm saying? Like, about doing that to them. I mean, at that point, I didn't think he was serious no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I didn't really think nothing of it. I thought he was just gonna let him live. We was all gonna be cool. You know, stuff like that. I didn't really think he really gonna do that. I thought we was just gonna party. So I insisted on going anyway, even though Q and Anwan told me not to go. I insisted because I ain't had nowhere to go. Q and Anwan really could have went to their family. Me, I just wanted somewhere to stay at night. I ain't really wasn't thinking about hurting nobody or nothing like that. We wasn't thinking like that. Anwan didn't want to go. My cousin didn't want me to go, but I insisted on going anyway.
So you went to get someplace to stay?
Yes, ma'am. So we went to Bryce's apartment that night. My cousin Q dropped me off. He dropped me and Anwan off.
Why didn't Q go?
Q didn't want me to go anyway. Q didn't really fool. He didn't really fool too much with Bryce anyway. He didn't want me around him, so that's why he didn't really want me to go. And, we went that day. As I remember, it was people in the house. I believe a female and two guys, a female and a guy, as I remember. So, and they was drinking. Everything was cool at that point. You know what I'm saying? Everybody was just in the house, you know, chilling. You know, I remember two other people being there, and I'd never seen them before. Me, and one. Never seen them before.
Were Maurice and Larry there when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it was Maurice, tell me if I get this right, Maurice, Larry, Brice Rhodes, a female, and two dudes you'd never seen before? Okay. And so at first everything's cool?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long did everything stay cool?
Everything was cool until we was out drinking and we was all just there, and I didn't know the other two people that was there, the two gentlemen there. So I'm really confused at that point. I didn't really, we just partying, we kicking it, and then I remember that Bryce said he asked Maurice, "Are you telling on me?" or something like that. "Are you telling on me? Are you telling on me?" or something like that. Something like that. I just remember that part, something like he was asking questions and stuff like that. And Maurice had said something to me, and we was kind of arguing. We got into a dispute, and as I remember, that was before. I'm sorry, that was before Brice had asked him, "Are you telling on me?" It had nothing to do about the situation. Me and Maurice just got into a dispute over the fact like we was all drinking, we was partying and stuff like that, and stuff kind of, what I'm saying. So um, he asked him like, "Are you telling on me?" And he kind of denied it, like, "Nah, I ain't doing that," stuff like that. He, at that point, he said we gotta violate him and stuff like that. I didn't understand. He just wanted like he just said violate him, and then as I remember, before that, I just remember Maurice picked up a knife on me or whatever, and Brice had grabbed the knife from Maurice, and that's when he hit him. You know what I'm saying? He hit him.
So he hit who?
Hit Maurice.
And who is the one doing the hitting?
He hit Maurice because he picked up a knife on me.
But I'm sorry, just to be clear, who hit Maurice?
Brice.
Okay. Was the female still present at this point?
Female? Now everybody left. The female left because it was too many dudes there. As I recall, like it was too many dudes at that point, so she left, and the other two people stayed, and Butter was there, and Maurice and Larry was there. But after that, he kind of like he didn't really go at me with the knife. He did, but he didn't. It was aggressive, so he hit him. Brice hit Maurice and made him put the knife. He grabbed the knife from him, and that's when he insisted on doing what he did.
Okay, so everything's cool. You and just tell me if I'm getting this timeline right. You and Maurice kind of get into a little argument.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, did you think it was a serious argument?
We've been into it before, and next day we right back.
Okay.
Right back good. So I didn't think nothing of it. We didn't think to do it in that. No, it don't matter.
Okay.
To make it that serious to even. You know what I'm saying?
So when he pulled the knife, were you scared?
At that point, we all confused. You know what I'm saying?
No, I meant when Maurice pulled the knife.
I remember lunging, like,
Pardon?
I remember jumping back, like lunging back, like, you know what I'm saying?
And so at that point, Maurice pulls the knife, Mr. Rhodes takes the knife,
Yes, ma'am.
and when you said he hit him, was it a slap or a punch? Or what? Describe it however you remember it.
I don't remember. I know it was either slap or a punch. I just know he hit him, and he took the knife from him.
Where were you all in the apartment?
He was in the living room.
And was everybody standing, sitting?
So, we was standing at that point. Everybody was standing around.
Okay, so after the punch or hit, I'll say hit, is all this happening before or after he started talking about the violating?
I just know that he said we gotta violate him, or something, violate them or violate him
And is that after he hit him?
after he hit him, because he.
I'm just trying to get the timing, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he says, so is that like disciplining?
Yes, violate whatever he was planning on doing. Violate somebody.
When he said that, what happened next?
He he said something about, he told me to Brice had told me to he said I want you to violate him. I was scared, so I'm like, what you mean? He said it. He's like, I want you to punch him in his chest, and if you hit him in his face, I'm gonna hit you. He told me it's my reach. I just remember he had me punching him. He said stop, or something like that, and he had I thought everything was fine at that point until he said we gotta tie him up. We gotta tie tie him up or something like that. As I remember, you know, it's been a while, so I just remember certain detail like that. You know what I'm saying? That I can remember. But I just remember that he said we got to tie him up, and tied him up, and you know, pinned him down. And he stabbed Maurice, and
Who stabbed Maurice?
Brice. Brice did.
Okay. Was Maurice tied up at that point?
Yeah, he was tied up.
What was used to tie him up?
I don't really remember. I just remember that he was tied up. And
Okay, who did the tying?
Brice did. And somebody else that was there. I don't really remember. I just know he was tied up, and he had a sock in his mouth, and he pinned him down, and he began stabbing. He made anyone stab him too.
Where did you see where he was stabbing them?
Man, stomach, chest, stuff like that.
Do you know how many approximate times it was?
It was a lot. I don't really remember.
What was Maurice doing while this was going on?
I mean, what can you do?
Who was in the room while this was happening?
Yeah, it was me, Butter, Brice, two other people, and Maurice. He's pretty much fighting, you know, trying to, you know, he made Anwan stab him, and once Anwan stabbed him, he kind of moved him to the door. He just had me standing there.
You were standing by the door?
He, two other people that was in there, I didn't really know. They was already there when we got there, so I'm thinking that, you know what I'm saying? In my mind, I couldn't do nothing but stand there, worrying if somebody's gonna do something to us for, you know, trying to interrupt anything. So he went to he kind of took Maurice to the door. They all, well, I don't really remember who, but I just remember he going to the door, and Larry was in the bathroom. He made Larry come out, and the same thing happened to Larry. And once he did Larry, he made me stab Larry.
So I'm sorry to make you talk through this again, but I want to just get the picture of where everybody is. While Maurice was being stabbed, where was Larry?
He was in the bathroom.
How did Larry get to the bathroom?
The other two people put him in there.
Did Larry want to go to the bathroom?
They made him.
Could you hear Larry in the bathroom?
I don't really remember. I just know he was in the bathroom until Maurice was pulled out the living room.
After you said Brice Rhodes stabbed Maurice a lot of times, and then he made Anwan stab him.
Yes, ma'am.
Had Maurice stopped moving at that point?
I don't really remember, ma'am. I just know that he pulled him to the side and made Larry come out next.
How did he pull him to the side?
Put him by the door.
Was Maurice walking? Or was he down on the ground?
He was down.
And did he drag him to the door or carry him to the door? You know?
I just remember he was can I grab a tissue? I just remember he grabbed him to the door. He slid him to the door. I don't know, man. And Larry came out. I just know he had somebody watching the door to make sure wasn't nobody coming in the house.
When Larry came out, could he were his eye, I mean, could he see what happened to his brother, or were his eyes covered?
Not that I remember.
You can't remember? Okay. So let's walk through what happened to Larry. I'm sorry, but how did it start? Was he tied up?
Same thing. I just remember that. I remember him trying to break free, and he pinned him down and began stabbing him. And then after he was down, he had me the knife and made me stab him as well.
How many times did Brice Rhodes stab Larry?
I don't recall, I don't really remember. I just know that he stabbed him.
To your knowledge, was Larry, did he appear alive when you were stabbing him?
No, man.
How many times did you stab him?
Just once or twice. After the fact that
Did Brice Rhodes say anything about why he was making you stab Larry?
I mean, not really. I just know once we was in it. There was no, we involved pretty much. We there. We just, so we just as guilty. We there. Couldn't do nothing though. I mean, I was scared. So it was all scared. I don't know. I just know. Couldn't really say when.
Did the other two guys participate in the stabbing in any way other than restraint?
Yeah, after the fact they was already down, he made them stab him as well.
Did you know these two guys at all?
Never seen him. Only part. Me and Emma never seen him. I believe Maurice and Larry knew the other two guys, but we didn't know him.
Were you later able to give a description of either of them to Detective Sinelli?
Like brown skin or light skin or something like that. As I can remember.
So you described one of them as light skinned and one of them as darker skinned?
He was light skinned.
Okay.
Brown skin, light skin.
Did you have anything else to go on? After Larry was down, what happened to his body?
The same thing. He moved him to the side of the door. He made us put him in like laundry totes or something like that.
Laundry totes? When they were, to back up 1 second, when they were in the living room, were they just on the carpet or was there anything down on the carpet? When they were kneeling down, if you recall, was it just that they were on the carpet or was there a blanket down or anything, sheets, anything?
I don't really recall.
Okay.
I don't remember.
So you all put them in laundry totes?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we talking like laundry hampers, like you would carry your
Yes, ma'am.
laundry down the steps in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, they're in laundry totes. Now what happens?
He made, I just remember, he made all of us carry him to the car,
And which car was that?
the blue Mazda.
Did you all put them in the Mazda?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did the bodies go? Oh, like what part of the car?
It was either the back seat or it was the trunk. I don't really remember. I just know that he took the blue Mazda.
Okay. Did you all get in the car after that?
No, me and Anwar actually stayed back. He told us don't go nowhere. He made us clean up.
How did you clean up?
I just told Anwar, we gotta pretty much like gotta get out of here. And we gotta use bleach. We gotta use bleach to get this up. We just cleaned it. We cleaned it up with bleach.
What happened next?
Cleaned up until he got back.
He got back?
Yes, ma'am.
By he, who are we talking about?
Brice.
And did he come back alone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you what happened to the bodies?
Said that someone said it was burnt.
He said he burned them? Did he say who burned them?
No, ma'am. He just said he dumped them in the backyard.
And he told you the bodies were burnt?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you where he dumped them?
West End somewhere.
West End?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he satisfied with your all's cleaning job?
I don't know.
Did you all clean more when he got back?
He was just trying to dispose of all the evidence, pretty much.
So what happened with that?
He made me and want to clean the blood. When he got back, he was disposing of evidence. So
What type of evidence?
could have been clothes. It could have been. You said sheets. I don't really recall. I just know it was evidence.
And was it stuff with blood on it?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you all do with that stuff?
It was took to a dumpster and they burnt the stuff up.
Okay. Why didn't you and Anwan just leave during the night?
You said, why didn't we?
Why didn't you? While he was gone.
I was too scared, to be honest with you. I wasn't even in my right state of mind at that point. I mean, me personally, I never witnessed or seen nothing like that in my life. So, man, I don't know why we didn't leave, man. To be honest, I just know we were scared. We just went along. We just did what he told us to do.
So when he got back, and you all dealt with the evidence, what happened next?
I just remember riding around and getting dropped off, as far as I remember.
Where'd you get dropped off?
I know we went to a few spots, but I don't really remember the spots we went to. I just know we took us somewhere. And I went home, and then N1, he got dropped off somewhere. So, after that point, I went to my grandmother's house, and that was it.
Did you eventually, did you have a pair of black Timberlands?
Yeah,
Tell us about those.
Those was originally mine. Those was my boots that I got. I just I let Maurice have them at that time. I don't know if I had them on that day or the situation. I don't know if I had them on that day. I just know they had blood on them. And then everything that I had on, I just was trying to get rid of. Stuff like the only thing I had was the boots on. And I just remember putting them in the closet at my girlfriend's cousin's house. And I put them in the closet, and I kept them there until I was picked up by police.
Was that Monisha Anderson?
Hmm?
Monisha, was that her name? Your girlfriend's cousin?
Yeah, Monisha Anderson.
And was that on Liberty Bell?
Yes, ma'am.
And after, were you arrested on this 3 days after it occurred?
I was arrested on May 25th after the 22nd. So, I was arrested. And I knew they was coming for me. Obviously, they already arrested Brice and N1, so I knew they was coming for me.
And that day, did you talk to Detective Tonelli?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you tell him what you just told the jury on May 25th?
I that time. Everything, my first testimony, my first statement, I didn't.
What sort of statement did you give at that time?
I just told him that I didn't know.
Why did you say that?
Scared. I didn't know. I just didn't want to say what was going on at that time. I mean, to be honest, I really didn't want, I didn't know what to say, man. I didn't know. I just didn't tell him everything. I just remember saying certain things. I didn't really tell him everything that was going on in the situation.
Later on, did you give a different statement?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what had changed at that point?
Everything I just said, pretty much in the first one. Everything I just said.
Is this the true statement?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you receive some correspondence from Brice Rhodes? A letter?
Yes, ma'am.
This has been a tough testimony, right? Aye. But yeah, whatever the lawyer said to him to get him to open up worked. And someone had said it was like floodgates opened. So it's got to feel good to get that off his chest, but at the same time, you know, he's still probably wondering what kind of future, you know, what's going to happen as the fallout from it. But anyway, what is that saying? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, or something like that. Yeah, so. Right, Billy, always having to look over your shoulder. I wonder, how this cross-examination is going to go. That's going to be tough. JC says, this whole trial has my thoughts and feelings all over the place. One minute I feel sorry for them, the next I don't. I kind of was that way yesterday with Anwan. I was like, I felt bad for him like I do for this kid. But then also, you know, he had a super duper massive big chip on his shoulder, and you could tell the attitude. Like, coming off of him in waves, you know? But also nerves and fear and I feel more like remorse coming from this kid than the other one. So I thought it was going to go bad, though. At first, I really did think that he was just going to stove up and not say anything. But finally, you know, the guy don't want to be in jail, I'm sure. I don't know the ins and outs of his... the article I read had said, though, that they had pled guilty and had agreed to testify they took the plea deal. And agreed to testify against him. So, yeah, I don't know what their penalty was or whatever, you know. I don't know if they did their time. You'd think they would have got a lot more time than just 7 years, though, right? I don't know.
I'm gonna show you, I'm just gonna go through these page by page before we talk about them with the jury, just to make sure that we have, we know what we're talking about. All right, do you recognize this page? Did Brice Rhodes give this to you? Okay. And what about this page? Did Brice Rhodes give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he give this to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the fourth page?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he give these four to you at the same time or different times?
It was the same time.
Okay. Did you see him as he gave these to you? Like you physically got these from him?
No, I didn't physically get them from somebody, gave them to me.
Okay. Did you see that all take place?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves to admit these.
Judge, we would object and move and ask you further.
Sure.
I don't know, you guys. I don't know. See what this letter says. I'm kind of anxious to hear that too. This correspondence letter, whatever. We'll see what it says. I'm going to take a quick stand-up break, go check on the kiddos. See what Hubs is doing real quick. And, yeah. I'm excited though, you guys. I haven't told you yet. He came home, was it last night or the night before? But he's going to first shift beginning January the 2nd. So, yay! All right, take a quick stand-up break. Stretch it out. Yeah, all that stuff. I might heat my coffee up. I still have some, but yeah, it's cold. So, I'm going to heat it up. Get me another bottle of water.
recognize this as Brice Rhodes' handwriting?
I mean, I know it's passed to me. I don't know if he writes like that or not. That's what you asking. I don't know if he writes like it or not.
Sir, was any of this, was killing Christopher Jones your idea?
That was none of our idea. It was brought to us.
It was brought to you? Whose
ma'am.
idea was it?
Bryce's idea.
Who shot Christopher Jones?
Bryce.
Was killing Larry and Maurice your idea?
Oh, man.
Whose idea was it?
Bryce.
Who began the stabbing of Maurice Gordon?
Bryce.
Who began the stabbing of Larry Ordway?
Bryce.
Who told you to stab Larry Ordway?
Bryce.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Jones Brown. Somebody need a break? Yeah, all right, let's take a 5-minute break. Be back outside the doors. Well, let's just say 3:05.
Oh, Bryce, for the jury.
You need to use the restroom, Mr. Tyler? Okay. Oh, sure. I'm gonna turn the white noise on.
Well, I see that they took my lead. They decided to take a little break themselves, huh? Hey. All right. I was watching on my phone. It looks like they asked him if it was Bryce's handwriting. Is that what they asked? I'm good. He says he's good. I wonder if they're going to bring into the trial about his mental illness and intellectual disability or whatever. I wonder if they're going to bring that in. I'm sure they're going to bring that in, right? Yeah. He's fluffing that beard. Fluff it. What in the world? What? I can't stand watching him do that. Ugh. Oh, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Anybody else? Does it give anybody else the heebie-jeebies? It's grossing me out. Yuck. Anyway, let's talk about something. Happy thoughts for a little bit. Let's talk about Christmas. Do you guys do real trees or fake trees? Tell me in the chat. Fake trees versus real trees. Which way do you swing? We do artificial trees. And you guys, I'm telling on myself right here, right now. I'm one of those that leaves my tree up 24/7. 365. And maybe that's what he's doing. You know how you have to fluff those artificial trees? He's fluffing the tree. He's getting it ready. Maybe he needs to string some Christmas lights in that beard and hang some ornaments in it. Yeah. Mm, 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 mm. So Gail, hey Gail, Gail does fake. Mickey's not doing a tree there this year. Billy says fake. Pre-lit says Kel. Brenda's got a fake one. Kel says pre-lit artificial, but I put mine away. Yeah, I'm the worst. I'm the worst. Tammy's at Target. Found a roll of washi tape for $10. Nice. Oh, is it one of those like big rolls that's got like the big tubes that's got like 10 or 15 rolls in it? Nice. I'll tell you guys right now, the best washi tape I have found for crafters or diamond painters is the Simply Gilded, but it's expensive. Expensive. The next best I found is the I can't remember what the name brand is at Hobby Lobby. Like, what is the name brand at Hobby Lobby? That's like the Hobby Lobby store brand. You know what I mean? Can't remember what the name of their stationery stuff is, but their washi tape is pretty decent. But I do like the Simply Gilded washi. And another, have you got your Christmas shopping done? We have 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I should have known that. 10 days. Duh. 24th, the 14th, 24th. Is it the kind that sticks like crazy? Paper Studio. That's it. That's it. That's it. Depends on the brand at Hobby Lobby. It's the Paper Studio brand. It's pretty good. Brenda, the Simply Gilded is really good. It sticks to the plastic really good. It don't tend to like roll up. And I like it. But it is expensive. So. And if you're like me, I have with that washi tape, what I'll do is whenever I section mine off, my diamond paintings, I'll like roll it all the way across the section and then go like horizontal and then vertical, you know. And whenever I get one row done, I'll pull the washi tape all the way off across and then line it down to the next row. So I'm like reusing. I don't do that all the time, but I will do that with the Simply Gilded just because it's pricey. But I can get a few uses out of it. Sherry got some good Christmas washi tape at Hobby Lobby. Yeah. The Paper Studio is good stuff. Yeah, I agree. Okay. So they should be back from break any second. I'm sorry, Tammy. That stinks. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. Ooh, Sherry said she got some washi at Dollar Tree one time and it bled on the canvas. Wow. I've never heard of that happening before. A lot of the washi tape just rolls right off the plastic. And that's very annoying, so. Yeah, whenever I start sectioning off a diamond painting, if it's, if I see that the washi tape is going to roll right off, nah. I won't use it. I'll get a good roll, and use that washi for something else, so. Oh, Tammy, you could send her money, but she wouldn't see it. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. Well, my husband, he's one of those that's hard to buy for. Um, and we're the kind of people that like if there's something I want or need, if, if we're in a good spot financially, then we're like, oh, we'll just go ahead and get it instead of like waiting for it for anniversary or birthday or Christmas. Um, and so my husband has been wanting something, and he finally got it. It's a guitar. He wanted a guitar so bad he couldn't stand it, and he finally ordered one and an amp. And I told him, I'm like, well, Merry Christmas. You're not going to get to open it until Christmas. And he's like, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So, uh, but we got the kids, I think, for the most part. Eli's harder to buy for just because he's older, but yeah, we got him kind of squared away and just a few more little things, and I think he'll be good to go. And then the baby, she has some stuff between me and her dad that we've been shopping in individually. He's shopped some and I've shopped some, so we got her covered. And so I guess we'll have to just wait and see what Santa brings. Yeah. Sherry said it was a super bright fuchsia color. I guess it was on the glue part too. Ooh, yuck. Yeah. That's the worst. The worst. Did I see the camera move? Oh, yep. Yep. We see movement in the court. Movement in the court. I'm anxious to hear about this letter. You notice how courtrooms are always so pretty? Like, there are some that are plain Jane, but there are some that are like gorgeous.
I'm gonna ask you some questions. I can tell you right now, it was hard for me to hear you sometimes before, so I'm gonna ask if you can to lean a little bit forward, so everybody can hear you, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a lot of things I need to ask you. And I'm gonna ask you about a lot of the same topics that the prosecutor asked, but I have some different questions, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If my questions don't make sense, tell me. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The prosecutor had transcripts because you talked to the police multiple times, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. I got them too. We can start off with some things we can agree about, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So you were definitely involved in these deaths, right?
I was present. Yes, sir. I was there.
I really shouldn't call them deaths. I'm going to call them murders. You were involved in all three of these murders, right?
I was present.
Well, you don't really want to answer that question, right? Right?
If I was there,
That you were involved.
involved, I was there. Just as guilty, right?
In fact, you have not wanted to ever be in a courtroom talking about this, right?
No, sir.
You were hoping that you never get caught. Right?
Yes, sir.
But you did. Right?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about another thing that we agree about. The gun. Gun that you admitted when the prosecutor was questioning you, the 9mm, right?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that?
Yes, sir.
You purchased that by yourself?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you buy that?
Out in the home that night that it happened.
Tell the jury where that home is.
Maurice and Larry's house.
You purchased that gun at Maurice and Larry's house.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
You purchased it the night of the first murder.
Yes, sir.
Which room of the house were you in when you made that purchase?
No, I was downstairs.
I really couldn't hear that.
I was downstairs.
Was it in the living room, the kitchen, a bathroom?
You can say that.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I really couldn't understand that last.
Downstairs. I don't remember what room. I just know I was downstairs.
Okay. So you're saying it was downstairs, you just don't remember which room?
Mhm.
Okay. But you remember buying it. Was it with cash? Did you buy it with cash?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember how much?
Like $200-300.
Where'd you get the money?
I don't remember.
Who'd you buy it from?
It's a friend of mine.
Who?
A friend of mine that was there.
I understand that. I am asking you who the friend is.
He was kin to Maurice and Larry. He was kin to Maurice and Larry, and I bought the gun from him.
So you bought it from someone related to Maurice and Larry. I'm going to ask you again. I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but you really haven't answered my question. Who sold you the gun at Maurice and Larry's house?
He was a friend of theirs. I know he was there that night.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. I actually.
It's a friend of Maurice and Larry's. And I bought the gun from him. He was there that night, and I bought the gun from him.
And folks knew you were there buying that gun.
Yeah, and one did. Maurice and Larry did.
You said that it was the same day as the first murder. I'm not asking you exactly what time, but was it at nighttime?
It was at night.
So it was a few hours later that it was used in a murder.
Yes, sir.
You said to this jury today
Mhm.
that you got it for your own personal protection.
Yes, sir.
That's because telling this jury you got that gun for a murder sounds pretty bad, doesn't it? Doesn't sound good, right?
Doesn't sound good, but I didn't get it for that. I didn't purchase the gun for that. I purchased it for me, my own protection.
It wasn't used for your protection, was it?
Nah. I didn't have it long. I didn't have the gun long to even use it.
That's exactly where
For
I
my
was going.
protection.
That's exactly where I was going next. And you got rid of that gun. Right?
No. Gave it to Brice.
That gun was disposed of that same night, right?
Correct? That's right.
Your cousin, N1, right?
Mhm.
You call him Butter?
Yes, sir.
Am I pronouncing that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You agree that he was in a truck the night of the first murder?
Yes, sir.
Pickup truck?
Yes, sir.
He was driving?
Yes, sir.
Stolen pickup truck?
Say that. Wasn't his. He was too young to drive.
I know your answer was, you can say that.
Yes, it was.
You helped him steal.
No, sir.
That truck ended up getting burned, didn't it?
Yes, sir.
Where did it get burned?
I don't remember.
You helped burn it.
Not to my knowledge. Not that I remember. Anyway, sorry. Not that I remember. I didn't help burn no truck. Not that I remember.
Your answer to whether or not you set fire to a stolen pickup truck is not that I remember?
I don't remember burning no truck. I didn't burn no truck.
Was it burned here in Jefferson County?
Yes, sir. In Louisville.
You know the county pretty well. Where was it?
In Louisville.
Yeah.
Sure. I
Thanks.
don't know where. I don't remember where, but I know it was in Louisville. Yes, sir. It was burnt in Louisville.
About when was it burnt?
Same day or the next day. I know it was after the Chris incident. I know it's burnt after that.
I notice you have face tattoo.
Yes, sir.
Is it one or two right there?
It's one. It's a name.
Okay. And I'm not sure. Do you mind angling yourself just a little bit? I'm not trying to be jerk. So the jury can see. What is the name there, sir?
My daddy. MDIP Corey. My daddy.
Okay. And you also have an additional tattoo that I can see on your neck, right?
Angel Wing. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I want to ask you about something else, okay?
Yes, sir.
You talked about today
Mm-hmm.
about the murders. When you first came in this room, you didn't want to answer those questions, right?
Sir.
It's fair to say that this isn't the first time you have not answered those questions. That may be a bad question that I just asked, so I'm going to ask it different.
Okay.
When you spoke to the police, you didn't want to answer any questions about your involvement either, did you?
No, sir.
What you're saying today is that Larry and Maurice, good friends of yours.
Yes, sir.
But you're also admitting to this jury you were involved in their murders?
Yes, sir. I was there.
A little bit more than there, right?
I was there.
Well, let's talk about some of the differences between just being there and what happened. You're telling this jury that there were a whole bunch of people there, right? More than 5.
Yes, sir.
You told this jury that Maurice actually started something with you.
Yes, sir.
Prosecutor minimized it a little bit. But I want to make sure that I understand what it is that you're saying. You're saying Maurice pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir.
There are different knives in this world, okay? Right?
Yes, sir.
Is the knife that we're talking about a knife that folds? Okay. Do you understand what I'm asking?
Yes, sir. I don't recall what kind of knife it was. I just know it was a knife. I remember it was a knife.
So as opposed to like a kitchen knife or something like that, they're different. So you're saying you can't identify, don't know what knife at all? Is that what you're saying?
It wasn't no regular kitchen knife.
Okay.
It was a knife. I just know it was a knife. It wasn't no kitchen knife.
Okay, not a kitchen knife. Did you see, and I'm asking you under oath, did you see him where he got the knife? Out of his pocket, someplace else, you know?
Not that I recall. I just know it was a knife there. He kept a knife with him.
So was it his knife?
Was it his knife?
Yes.
Yes, it was his knife.
So
No, you talking about Maurice's knife?
I am.
No, it was his knife. It wasn't his knife. I'm sorry
Okay.
about that. I recall.
All right.
He picked up a knife that Brice had, that Brice carried with him to attack me with it, to charge at me with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the knife, and if I'm being confusing, you tell me, all right? That knife that got pulled on you,
Yes, sir.
can you tell us about that knife? What it looked like? How big was it? Stuff like that.
Like I said, I don't remember. I just know it wasn't no kitchen knife.
Okay. I think you just told me, but I'm not 100% sure I understood it. So where did he get it? Was it on a table?
I don't recall where he picked it up from. I just know he picked it up and charged at me with the knife.
Okay.
I don't remember where he got it from. I just know, yeah.
He charged at you with it.
Yes, sir.
Can you show us with your hand how he was holding it?
I just remember he was like this, not like running with it, or nothing, just like this, like holding it, like trying to come, trying to come towards me. Yes, sir.
Okay. What was he doing with that hand that was holding the knife?
I don't remember. I just remember him coming toward me with the knife. I don't remember what the whole.
Okay.
How he looked and stuff.
Was he running? Was he slow walking?
He wasn't running. He wasn't walking. He was just trying to come towards me. People was pulling him back to not come towards me.
So other folks were holding him back.
Yeah, to not come towards me, to stop him.
All right. Was he also talking while he was doing that?
I don't remember. He was just mad.
Okay. But he was mad. You could tell he was mad.
Yes, sir.
You said, I'm trying to get this right, a minute ago, you lunged back. So you went back.
Yeah, I stepped back.
Yep. Okay. You did that because you didn't want to get stabbed.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And the only reason you didn't get stabbed is because other people grabbed him, right?
He wasn't gonna stab me.
Well, you lunged back because you were concerned he might, right?
Yeah, I lunged back, but he wasn't gonna stab me.
Well, he didn't stab you on this particular, he didn't, right? In part because people grabbed
Him
him.
back. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Now, all this stuff we're talking about right now, everything we just talked about with Maurice, the knife, and all that, when the police first questioned you, you didn't say any of that. Right?
I mean, I said something, but I didn't say about the situation. I didn't say about the murders.
Well, what you actually said was, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't there. Does
Yes,
that ring a bell?
that's what I said.
Okay. So all these things you're saying here to this jury, the first time you were asked about them, you said, I don't know. I can't help you. I wasn't there.
Yes.
You said, why are you holding me? I didn't do nothing. Right?
Mhm.
In fact, you said that over and over and over.
Mhm.
That wasn't true. Right?
First statement. Of me saying, of me
No,
denying.
all those things, right? Those were all lies. Right?
That wasn't true. The first statement. It wasn't true.
But you swore it was true. You said it's true, let me go. I didn't do anything, right?
Yes, sir.
But you were lying.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony to this jury makes it sound like you didn't do anything wrong. Like, you were there, you were watching, but you didn't really participate. Because that's what you eventually convinced the police, right? That you were just there, but you didn't participate.
Objection.
Wanna come up?
Okay, so the defense is trying to, make it seem like because Maurice came at him with a knife that he was the aggressor and not Brice. Right? Nice try. Nice try. But I don't think anybody's buying it. And he's not, yeah, I don't see this. I don't see it working the way he's thinking it might.
This is the sort of thing I'm asking. This is the sort of thing I'm asking you about. You were talking about people being violated, right? That's the term you used.
Yes, sir.
I think you're using that term kind of to mean punished. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Before that happened, was there a vote?
Yes, sir. It was. And that I remember. It was.
When you just testified to this jury, when the prosecutor was asking you what happened, that didn't come up.
No, sir, it didn't.
But now you're telling this jury that in fact there was a vote.
Yes, sir. It was.
And you were one of the people voting, right?
Nah, we didn't vote. He asked us. We said no. We didn't agree to it.
So your testimony under oath is that you said no.
Yes, sir.
What about your cousin? And
Huh? He said no as well.
What about the other folks who were there?
We didn't know them, so I don't really recall them even saying anything. I don't know if they said yeah or no. I don't remember that. I don't.
You don't. Your testimony is that you don't remember.
They could agree with it. They could have not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't remember.
This is a vote that, according to you now, resulted in 2 deaths, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling us you don't remember the details?
7 years ago, man. I don't remember who actually said, let's do it, let's not do it. I don't know. It was 7 years ago.
But you want this jury to believe that you, in this vote, voted no.
Yeah. You said no.
It wasn't long after that before you were holding a knife, right?
I was past the knife.
You were holding a knife.
Yeah, I was past the knife. Yeah.
And you want it to be passed because you think that sounds better.
No, sir.
Because I'm not asking you how it ended up in your hand. I'm asking you, was a knife in your hand?
Yes, sir. A knife was in my hand.
Was it the same knife that you've been threatened with?
Been threatened with?
Yes. By Maurice minutes earlier. It was the same knife that ended up in your hand.
Yes, sir. It was the same knife.
And you took that same knife, according to your testimony, and you stuck that knife, you stabbed with that knife into Maurice. Yes?
No. No.
You told us under oath minutes ago that you did.
Larry. He made me stab Larry, not Maurice.
So your testimony is that you did not stab both?
No, sir, I didn't.
So that knife that you've been threatened with, you only stabbed one of your friends with?
Yes, sir.
3 times?
I don't remember. Once or twice, as I told her.
These details matter to you, right?
Yes, sir.
They're important, right?
Yes, sir.
And you want to make sure that the jury and this court don't know what really happened to Maurice and Larry. Isn't that true?
No, that's not true.
Well, when you spoke to the police, you felt very strongly you did not want them to know what happened, right?
Yes, sir.
As you told us earlier today, because you didn't want to get caught. It was the first thing I asked you. And you talked, I know you may have talked with multiple people. One of those people you talked to is in the courtroom, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you point at the officer in the courtroom who spoke to you? Do you know his name?
Detective Tonelli?
That's correct. Do you remember if Detective Tonelli was there every time that police were speaking to you?
Yes, sir.
He was.
Yes, sir.
Was he running the room?
I don't remember. I just know he was there. He was present.
Okay.
Mhm.
He talked to you a lot, right? These weren't short conversations, right? And that's not a trick question. I mean, it's not like you didn't talk to each other for 5 minutes or something. You talked to each other for hours,
Mhm.
right? Okay. One of these meetings is 126 pages, just one of them. Does that surprise you? That even just one of them is 126 pages long?
No, I don't surprise me.
Okay. And the police told you that you were going to get charged with murder, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, you didn't want to get charged with murder, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
So you lied to this man right here, right? Yes?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't lie once or twice or three times. You lied over and over and over, right? Yes.
No. Just that day I got picked up. Yeah, I lied. The day I got picked up. Yeah, I lied. I'm gonna get charged.
And you were hoping that if he believed your lies, they'd just let you go, right? That was your hope?
Yeah, but we wasn't. I knew I wasn't going nowhere.
But that was your hope, right?
Yes, sir.
He told you he wanted to help you. Remember that? He said it over and over.
I don't remember the conversation. I just remember him speaking to me. I don't remember the conversation.
He told you that you could get life in prison for murder. Do you remember that?
Like I said, I don't remember what he said. I just remember him speaking to me. I don't remember.
When he was telling you that he wanted to help you, he also told you part of your job would be to help yourself. Remember that?
No, I don't remember the conversation. I remember me speaking with him. I don't remember the conversation, everything, all the details that was spoken in the interview. I don't remember.
Well, he told you details about his own life, and I'm not going to ask about that. But you remember him? They got your food, right? Something to drink. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And you sat together. He wasn't yelling at you, right? He didn't yell at you. He just told you you needed to help yourself. He wanted you to give him details of what had happened in both of those, all three of the murders. Right?
Yes, sir.
And he told you that you need to take care of you. Do you have a relative who ended up getting a lot of time on a robbery? Remember telling him about that? I mean, I said a lot of time.
Robbery? Not that I recall. No, sir, I don't remember that.
Remember him telling you some stories about different things that happened to him when he's a police officer?
No, sir, I don't remember the situation. I don't remember him, the details in the interview. I just remember speaking with him. I don't remember.
At the end of the first interview, do you remember him getting a little bit frustrated? I don't mean yelling at you, a little bit frustrated that you weren't answering the questions the way he wanted. Remember that?
No, sir, I don't.
Remember him cleaning up his papers and saying, it's gonna be your last chance?
That part I do remember.
Okay. But it turned out it wasn't your last chance, right? Because he came back, right? Came and talked to you again. Right?
He could have. I don't know if he came back or not.
You remember that there was more than one time you met with the police, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When he was telling you things like that he could help you, that this was your last chance, you still didn't want to answer his questions.
No, sir, I didn't.
And you, in fact, didn't answer his questions truthfully, right?
No, sir, I didn't.
Okay. But at a later time, you changed your mind.
Yes, sir.
And you decided to start telling him some of the details about the murders.
Yes, sir.
Because you in fact got charged with 1, 2, 3 murders, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want to start answering his questions, but you decided that it was the best way to get out of trouble.
You can say that, but it was just the right thing to do at that time.
It wasn't the right thing to do when you were first talking to the police, right?
It's too scared to do it, man.
And you were so scared in this whole situation
Mhm.
that you took Maurice's shoes.
Wasn't me. I don't recall that.
We've already talked about how those shoes, the Timberlands, were recovered at your girlfriend's cousin's house.
They was my Timbs. All black Timberlands. That was mine.
That you took off the body of your friend.
No, sir. I don't recall that.
Approach the witness. I'm holding in my hand the plea agreement that you signed and executed, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving this to you. I'm gonna ask you some questions about it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. First, recognize that signature.
Yes, sir. It's me.
All right. Yeah, and that signature is on the plea agreement itself. About this signature right here.
Yes, sir. That's me.
Right. And that is on your motion to enter a guilty plea. Now, looking at this, looking at those charges, how many murder charges were you looking at? Right there.
I was looking at 3. 3 counts of complicity to murder.
And a fourth count, what's that fourth count?
Tampering with physical evidence.
Do you remember what your plea is on this?
10 years. I believe 10 years, 20 if probated. Sorry, my sentence out.
Well, first, all 3 of those murder charges were reduced, right?
Yes, sir.
As part of this plea agreement, they were reduced from murder to what's called facilitation to murder, right?
Yes, sir.
And instead of looking at a life sentence on count 1 of murder, what were you looking at on just that count? Do you remember?
What account? Can you refer to it? The one murder charge?
The first murder count.
It's no murder's 25 to life.
And because of your plea agreement, that charge got reduced to facilitation. And then what we look at instead of life in prison. I can bring this back to you.
When it got reduced, I was looking at 1 to 5 for each count.
Correct. Instead of looking at life, you were now looking at 5 years, right?
For each count.
On the first count. On the
Mhm.
second count, same thing, right?
Yes, sir.
And on the third murder, same thing. On the tampering with physical evidence, same thing.
Yes, sir.
It says on this recommendation, the Commonwealth recommends a sentence of 5 years on each count. 3 counts of facilitation of murder, 1 count of tampering with physical evidence. The Commonwealth recommends a total sentence of 10 years if to serve, or or 20 years if probated.
Yes, sir.
When you decided to enter that plea, to cut the deal, that was your understanding of the deal, right?
Yes, sir.
Instead of looking at life, you now would be looking at either 10 years in prison or 20 years over your head if you got probated.
Yes, sir.
It says further that the Commonwealth, that's the prosecution, objects to probation. Right?
Yes, sir.
But it had another condition in there. It says the defendant agrees to testify truthfully in any and all proceedings of these events.
Yes, sir.
That was a condition.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you're here today.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, should the defendant fail to testify truthfully as determined by the court, right,
Yes, sir.
then the Commonwealth reserves the right to withdraw from the plea and proceed against him, you,
Mhm.
with the original charges.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand what that means?
Yes, sir.
That the Commonwealth, at the end of your testimony, could ask the court for a hearing and argue that you haven't been truthful, argue that they're not satisfied. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
And if they won that hearing, then you'd be looking at life in prison again.
Yes, sir.
And you don't want that to happen, do you?
I've been in prison. I don't want to go back. Of course, I don't want to go to prison.
You, in fact, served about 6 years on this. Is that right?
Roughly 6 years, almost 6 years. Yes, sir.
You got out on the 1st of September, 2021. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
You weren't happy to answer any questions from the police officer truthfully, right?
I didn't answer truthfully. No, sir.
But in order to keep from a life sentence, you did, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't want to come here today and testify, right?
No, sir.
But in order to keep this plea agreement intact, you did.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Judge, we would move to introduce defense exhibit number 2.
All right, so admitted and redirect.
Mr. Taylor, jumping back to the beginning of the defense cross, he asked about the gun from the Christopher Jones murder. What happened to that gun?
I know he wouldn't got rid of the gun. I wanted it back because, of course, it was my gun from the begin with for my protection. I wanted the gun back. He wouldn't give it to me, so he did whatever he did with the gun.
And when you say he, to whom are you referring?
Right.
And by Brice, do you mean the defendant in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
The conversation that occurred, it was characterized as a vote. Walk us through that, because what do you mean? What happened in that conversation?
When he said something about the vote, I do remember it was a sort of debate on what should happen. And I just remember we didn't really agree to it. We didn't want to do it.
Was this a vote where you all wrote down yes or no on a piece of paper and he added them up?
Nah, we just talking. We were just speaking to us about it happening.
Where did this occur?
In the living room, and whatever the, inside the apartment, I don't know, somewhere in the living room, hallway. I don't really remember, ma'am.
At that point, was Maurice tied up?
I don't really remember at that point. I just remember it was a vote. We didn't agree to it.
Was it within earshot of Maurice? Like, do you think he could hear you all talking about it?
Possibly. We was out, it's not a big apartment, so, and it was five of us or six of us in that night, so it wasn't, you know, we could hear.
Do you remember where in the time frame that occurred?
No, ma'am.
Was it before he got stabbed?
Could have been, yeah, before. Yes, ma'am. It was before. Had a debate.
Do you remember, I know you said the knife was not a kitchen knife. What do you mean of like, how would you describe a kitchen knife?
Kitchen knife that, you know, you just cut things on, like, cut something with, like, but this is a personal knife.
Okay.
A personal knife that you carry around with you.
Would you have it in your pocket or?
A pocket knife. Yes, ma'am.
How old are you now?
I'm 25,
And how old were you in 2016?
17, ready to be 18.
Do you, what was your birthday?
June 20th.
So did you turn 18 while this was, when the prosecution first started on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, did you move from a juvenile holding facility to adult jail?
Yes, ma'am.
When you were talking to Detective Tonelli on May 25th, 2016, at age 17, did you have any family you could ask for advice?
I'm sorry, repeat the question again.
Did you have any family you could ask for advice?
About the situation?
Yeah.
I didn't have no family to really go to. I was out here, you know.
Between the 22nd and the 25th, did you talk to anybody about this case? Like between when it happened and when you got picked up by police?
I don't really remember. I might have, but I don't really remember who I talked to.
Who would you have talked to?
Anybody was a friend or ex-girlfriend or something like that. I don't really remember.
Friend or girlfriend? Did you, you said your father had been killed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to your mom and ask her for advice?
Our relationship was kind of rocky at the time, so probably not.
Did you have any older siblings?
I'm the oldest on both sides.
So that night, you talked to Detective Tonelli for, I believe it was 126 pages. I've got that correct. I mean, it was several hours, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you told him to summarize that you didn't know what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you say that?
I'm just scared. I didn't know what to say in the situation.
And just to clear up the thing with the Timberlands. So did you all kind of share clothes? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we all did pretty much.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Who had the Timberlands on when that night started?
I believe I did, as I remember.
But they had started out as Maurice's shoes?
We was trading shoes. I used to wear his shoes. He wore my shoes time to time, stuff like that.
Okay.
I had them on.
Then why did you leave them at Monisha's?
I remember that they had from all the blood and stuff on the crime scene at the scene. My boots had a spot of blood on them, so I put it in Monisha's closet, and they was found there.
After you talked to Detective Tonelli that first time on May 25th,
Yes, ma'am.
at the end of that, were you arrested?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then did court proceedings start?
I was a juvenile, and I went to court, and then I turned 18, and I came to the jail.
Okay. And did you come to court from time to time?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
At that point, did you get a lawyer?
Public defender.
Okay.
I didn't get a lawyer, personal attorney.
And then in 2017, you gave the second statement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those were the only two times that you sat down and gave a statement to Detective Tonelli.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, or any police, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you give a second statement?
Just to come forth, to be honest.
Okay.
I felt it.
And that, I mean, also, I mean, I'm not trying to skew what you're saying. You wanted the deal that you got, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, it's better than going down for murder.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But did the promise of this great deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tonelli and this jury?
Sorry, say it again.
Did the promise of this deal cause you to tell a bunch of lies to Detective Tonelli at the second statement in 17 or to this jury today?
No, ma'am.
And the plea agreement was that the charges of murder would be amended to facilitation of murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your understanding of facilitation?
Yes. So it's my understanding.
Yeah, what does that mean to you?
You was pretty much there. You was there when it happened, but you didn't do nothing about it. You didn't call the police or try to, they say stop the situation. So
Okay.
I see you was there. You facilitated by being there, present when it happened.
Like helping it along to some extent?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that how you feel about your role in this now?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, what do you feel?
Right now, I just looking back, we was just kids. We was just young. We didn't really, you know what I'm saying? I know me, I wasn't even thinking about stuff like that. I was too busy worrying about where I was gonna sleep at and being home and stuff like that. I didn't have a mentality. I didn't have a mentality of all that. I was just, I was just present when it happened. We never knew this was going to, happen. We never knew. It was talked about, but we didn't believe it. At the time, it was partying and stuff. We don't believe this stuff, man.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Griffiths?
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Taylor, you're free to go. Counsel, you all would approach.
I don't think I've seen a witness get up out of the chair quicker than he did. He was like lightning fast. That was good testimony. That was a very interesting witness. Crazy though how he just, like, his attitude changed so drastically after he had the conversation with his lawyer. So, oh, I believe him too, Kel. I believe him. Wow. Crazy. What were the main...
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go ahead and break for the evening, but I want to give you a little bit of information. Number one, I'm going to read the whole admonition again, just to be clear. Before you go, please recall the earlier order. You are not to do any research on this case or post information about this case anywhere. If you accidentally encounter information about the case from any source,
Okay, so they're just reading the admonition and all that kind of stuff.
deliberate on the case and do not communicate online or elsewhere with anyone connected to the trial other than here in the courtroom where you hear testimony. Now, tomorrow I'm going to have you all come in at 9:15, but tomorrow we're not going to have lunch. We're just going to stop at 1, maybe even a little bit before 1. But we're going into the week before the holidays, and you all have been going long days every day. So I think everyone can really use the half day tomorrow. The other good news is that it looks even more likely than it previously was that this will not go beyond next week. So that is good, and that is in part because we have all been able to be willing to sit here and go through the day and listen diligently. And so that's very much appreciated. And we will see you tomorrow outside the doors at 9:15.
Wow. Okay. So they
Don't
expected
forget your phones.
this one to go, I think I said like
Sure.
2 to 3 weeks.
Okay.
So they're shooting for the early or the quicker side of that scale, I
The
guess,
attorneys want
which
to
is
come up. I just
nice.
don't want to answer this question without you guys up here.
I'm
It's
gonna
okay,
wait and
it's
see if
fine.
they
I
have
just
any
want
kind
them
of
to be-
arguments after. Let's see if they have any kind of arguments after the jury jumps out of the room. We'll see. Oh, you know, he was glad to get out of that courtroom, right? Super glad. He was like, yeah, let me out of here. Freeze says, I hope he stays on the straight road after this. Oh, mercy sakes. Mercy, mercy. I hope so. I don't, I'm not confident in that, but I hope so for his sake and others. But, yeah,
some photographing and
Oh, wait.
documenting if there was
Oh, wait. Oh, they're going into the,
something of significance to
hold on.
document.
We've heard about a cardiac pathologist. Is that something you might do?
It looks like they popped in the feed from the Elijah McClain trial. But so anyway, I guess we'll be back here at about 9 in the morning, and then they're calling for half a day tomorrow, hopefully in before 1 o'clock. So we'll see how that goes. And yeah. So thank you guys for joining me. I appreciate it. It's been a good day today. I did get a little heavy-eyed though. About halfway through his testimony, I was starting to get like, "Ooh, I'm getting sleepy." So, I forget when that is, Freeze. I would love to do the sentencing. Do you remember? I think, did they say December 20th? Is that when they're supposed to do that? Goodbye, Dawn. Have a good night. Yes, Lee. I will be there or be square. I'm thinking I'm going to do a couple of unboxings over there tonight, so we'll see. Freeze, do you remember, did they say I need to keep a calendar? That's what I need. And I have a calendar. I just I need to use the calendar, right? Oh, okay, Billy. No worries. You can catch it on the replay, though. Will do. And you have a good night. Yeah, let's look real quick and see if we can find out when. Let me see what day they said her sentencing was on. See, her sentencing. Oh, is it tomorrow? Did they say the 15th? I don't remember what they said. Does anybody know off the top of your head? I'll have to go look. And why am I thinking the 20th? I was thinking December 20th. Let's see. What am I missing? Oh, thank you, Brenda. I appreciate that. I hope it goes away too. I don't know. I get like random, just, normal. I think it's just the weather change, that kind of thing. Sentencing. I think the sentencing for Hannah is tomorrow because she had people in from out of town. Oh, okay, so they changed the date. I know you will hound me, Lee. I know you will, but Free says I wasn't sure if it was this Friday or next. 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you, Kel. Okay, well then we will definitely be checking in on that. Yes. Okay, they talked about the 15th and 20th. Don't know which one was chosen. So, Kel said she found it online. It will be tomorrow. Thank you, Dawn. Thanks. I will. All right, so let me set a timer on my phone or an alarm. 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Kel, or is that PST? Because I know you are on a different time zone. Probably EST. Okay. Well, we'll find out for sure. Found it on an Atlanta news article. Okay. I'll look it up and we'll see. And whatever we have going on tomorrow, the Brice Rhodes day, what are we on now? Day 4? I think. Day 4? Tomorrow? I can't remember now. Yeah, tomorrow will be day 4 for Brice Rhodes. So that one will go, we'll start at 9-ish. And then if it's at 10 Eastern time, then we'll just stop the trial feed, cut over to the sentencing feed, and then after that we'll go back to the trial feed for Brice Rhodes and catch back up. So, all right, that'll be the plan for tomorrow. I hope you guys have an amazing day. I'm gonna jump out of here. Husband will be getting ready to go to work soon. Yeah, so goodbye. Please make sure, goodbye, Kel. Make sure that you guys give the video a thumbs up before you leave. And if you're new, I would love for you to hit the subscribe button and ring the notification bell. Click the all bloop little notification. And we'll see you in another stream tomorrow. You guys have a great night. Bye. Bye.